Who else are we waiting for? Oh yeah, Mark is here. Oh yeah, and I think just Parejina.
Think so.
Okay, someone tag him because I know he gets off at 5 and he just has to just like switch over. Oh man, dude, today was fucking crazy.
It was.
I fucking oh my god, it shit. It was so cool.
Today was just one of those days that we all been waiting for.
And like it like played out how like I like expected it played out, which is fucking kind of insane.
Yeah. Like it. Like I think. I think. I mean, I knew there was gonna be a bounce, but I shouldn't. I mean, I wasn't gonna hold things overnight and be like, all right, I know this is gonna happen, but I'm glad the
Yeah,
bounce happened. Show
yeah,
those
yeah.
bears
Let
what's up.
me wait, since you're recording, I guess I can start and then like if anything he can just watch the VODs and shit, you know?
Yeah, yeah. For everyone else,
Let me
I'm just doing a few things on PlayStation, anyways. Woohoo! Oh, watching the stream. Hang on.
all right. So um let me go to the hourly. All right. So this morning, right? So you guys remember how like I had all these like scenarios, right? But they were all ciphers, and I told you guys that it would lead to each one, right?
Yeah.
But I also said because it's a C point, they can choose which one to go with and just rip it up, right? Um, so this morning when this happened, but like when the first, when CPI data came out and shit, and it was just knifing.
Mm-hmm.
I was paying attention to this harmonic, right? This little one first. Um, and when I saw it, bro, when I saw it, fucking bounce like right to this dot, bro.
Oh my
I
goodness.
was like, uh, yeah, this is the line that I had, and like when I saw that, bro, because look, Cipher. Remember we said it can go from 113 to the 141, right?
Yeah.
Uh, and it bounced. Look at that 141. It's nuts. Like it's you know what I'm saying. Like even now, like I'm not even used to seeing how crazy like harmonics work, dog. Like it's just every time it happens, I'm just like, oh my god, like this is kind of nuts. I kind of geek out a little bit. Um.
The bottom of the
So
wick.
yeah. It sucks that I didn't hold my Netflix puts that I had yesterday and like the full position I had on my spy puts, but I still made decent amount on the on the spy lottos that I took, bro. Like
Nice.
it went over like 200%. So that shit was nuts. Cause it was I took a 2-day expiry.
Oh,
So
nice.
so that shit was nuts. I was pretty much done at open, but because of just how volatile the market is or was today and just how it was playing everything according to how like I had charted out. You know what I mean?
Right.
Um, so this is where I grabbed calls, but I sold here at this horizontal line. Let me go on the 30 so I can see the system. Right. So before even here, right? I'm using the replay button so we don't see the next candles. So I sold here uh at this line and you can see here how like it rejected, right? So my thesis on this breaking was was right because like this was a really hard thing to break, and at the time the you can see the SMAs here, like the system SMAs were coming down, right? So that's why I got out of calls here. But when it fucking blew past it, I was like, holy shit, right? um and like when I think about it now, like it makes sense, right? It was a perfect storm because not only did we have the algorithms buying here, right? Because this is the harmonic that they had planned to use, but also everyone and their mom was shorting, right? So not only did we have a harmonic C point completion, we also had a bunch of shorts just piling on top of each other, right? And I don't know if like you guys remember, but I always stress that the C to D is the most violent move. It's the best move of each harmonic because
Yeah.
because it's just one direction. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Only
There's
one
no
place to
chop.
go but up.
Yeah, there's no chop. Like most of the time, there's no chop. It's just violent and it completes like right away. Usually in that same day. Uh, and so it was just a perfect scenario for that because we had shorts, so shorts got squeezed, right? Shorts got squeezed. Um,
Yeah, they did.
and
Jesus.
it's just, we had the algos just buying, buying, buying. And then not only that, we also had a bullish cross, right? So even more buying, right? Um, and it was just one of those scenarios where like if you didn't know what the fuck was happening, you were gonna get cooked, right? Especially as a bear. And everyone was bearish. There's no one was bullish today. There's no reason to be. But because we knew already that this was a harmonic, we know that these are patterns, right? We know that even though CPI data was bad or whatever, this shit like still needed to happen. And this right here was like the nail in the coffin, right? Because this right here told me everything right here. It's like, hey, this is what we're using. This is what we're gonna go with today. I really thought, like I told you, we were gonna reject here and then come back down and jump into this next harmonic, this one that I have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the C point is a little lower on this one than it is on this one, right? So I thought they were gonna go with this big one, but they decided to go with the smaller one, which is fine because this one is the one that allowed them to complete it today, right? So my 786 is up here, and the crazy thing is that futures, right, rejected this trend line, and this trend line is from this big harmonic, bro, the bigger one. So to me, it still tells me that this big one is still on the table, right?
Yeah.
This is happening right now, right? So futures is still playing, right? Look at that. We rejected my trend line, bro, to the fucking T, right? Look at this, right? So this tells me that this big harmonic is still on the table. This one already completed, right? So we can ignore it already, right? Because technically, I think if we drag the D point on this smaller one, it should still be like in the 7 range. Yeah, see? So this is already completed. The 786 ends up here, but it doesn't necessarily have to go there, right? As long as it's like lenient or almost like really close to it, then I will take it as a completion, right? Because we're still in the 7, we're still in the point 7, right? So I would say I can honestly say that this harmonic now is completed. Uh, So now the question is, what are they gonna do, right? What's the next step? So to me, uh, because we rejected this trend line, I think they might still go with this harmonic, right? But of course, you know, anything can happen. They don't have to do this. Um, I haven't looked at any new pattern formations or patterns that are starting to form yet. I'll probably do that later today.
Okay.
Or if we have time, I'll probably do that towards the end after I show you guys what I think is going to happen. Uh, but
What
yeah,
if wouldn't we be making a new formation with the A on the bigger harmonic being the new X, using the same B, and then the same C?
so you're saying if I hide this one,
Yeah.
right? Uh, no, that's not necessarily true because this one is still valid. All my points are still valid, right? My X is still here, my A is still here, my B is still here. Until we make a new like B, this pattern for me is still valid, right? So honestly, hold on. They might even, if I drag this, no, that wouldn't make sense because they rejected this. Hold on. Let me see. If we move our C, because Cypher says the C starts from the 113 to the 141, right? So if I drag this and move this here, technically they can use this one because it's still 1-1, right? So this cipher can also be technically quote unquote completed already, right? On the C. So the D now on this bigger harmonic would be up here.
So okay, so it's either the big down or the bigger up move might already be set in place if it's going off this larger harmonic.
786. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that because the cipher says that C can be from the 113 to the 141. This technically right now, this value still validates this pattern. So this C point could technically be already completed on this bigger one as well. You know what I mean? So until we break this trend line, right? And I think and what makes me think that they're using this one now is because of this rejection that just happened like what is it, like 4 hours ago? Yeah, like at noon. At noon, when we rejected this tells me that hey, we just finished the smaller harmonic, right? We completed it. Now we also completed the C leg on this bigger harmonic. So now what we're trying to do is burst through this trend line and then hopefully make our way up. And our D on this harmonic ends at up here in the back in the 4,000s. But of course, like our first steps, right, that we need for this to be validated is a break of this trend line, and then finally at the end the break of this neckline, which is at 380, at 382, right?
Wait. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. My bad. I see it.
Yeah, that matches my cipher on SPX.
Right.
The fucking cipher ends at 39.99.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm using futures right now is because that's what they used in the morning. I had SPX2 over here, right? So this is my SPX over here, but I want to use futures right now because we have more data on it, right? So I think that's what they're going with. Now, the reason why I think this is gonna happen is because when we look at Apple, there's two scenarios on Apple right now. We bounced. Not only did we bounce at a B neckline on one of my harmonics, we also bounced at this C, right? So there's two scenarios here. I'm gonna hide the first one, and then I'm gonna show you this one first. Okay. So now what I see on Apple is if we bounce off of this, they're either gonna go with this one right now, but because of just I don't know, man, because of the current market condition and like fucking everything just going to shit, I think they might do this one, right? Which is still valid, right? So if they decide to go with this one, the market's still gonna go down. And that's why I took 150 calls on Apple, and that's why I told in the chat I'm gonna get out at 150 because this point here completes at 150, the C point, right? Yeah, see that?
Yeah.
That is though the minimum. I forgot what pattern this. I think this was a deep crab. Yeah, give me a sec. Let me double check.
Yo, that also matches my cipher on Apple. So I think that happens because there's a gap fill to 149, and I saw your C leg. It's 149. Yeah, 149.96.
Yeah. Let me see. Hold on. Where's my fucking deep crab pattern? I always lose it. Bullish crab. Where's my bullish deep crab?
The trend line you guys use for the harmonic, is that just a regular trend line, or is that upon the guidelines of the harmonic to be like a valid formation?
So the trend line is needed for the harmonic completion, right? So there's two steps that are required to finalize the pattern, which is the break of the trend line, and finally the last thing is the break of the neckline. Um,
Yeah, I honestly think this crab that you got, is it a crab that you have right now?
it is a
Yeah.
it's a deep crab. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, honestly, I think the deep crab makes more sense because of the gap.
Yeah, but the thing about the deep crab though is that the C point, right? This is like I told you guys, when we play harmonics, you always want to go with the conservative price point, because then you can always just hold if it breaks that your conservative PT, right? So this is my conservative PT, right? However, bullish deep crab says, hey, we can go from this 383 here, or I mean 382, whatever. Uh, we have room. This can go all the way to the 886, right? So it can go over here, 171. So they can do anything. That's why what the fuck, Google, shut up. Um, so what is crazy is that they can either choose to just take it to the 150 and take it down, or they can just rip it and then have this pattern turn into this one, to the blue one, right? Because this C point will tell everything, right? You guys understand what I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? Because okay, so if my 32 here, when the time comes, right, when Apple goes up here, if it rejects 150 and it just dumps, then okay, I'm gonna say, okay, they're going with this red pattern. But because the deep crab says we have room all the way to the 886 and it would still be valid, then this move can still happen to the downside until we break the 886, and then they can just be like, hey, I decide to go with this pattern here with the blue one, right? But for now, I'm being conservative and saying that they're because of the whole market conditions and just everything. uh I think we should just play it conservatively first, and then uh we can reassess, right? But still, like, this is still a huge move, right? We have Apple at 142. We still have a couple points, so there's still upside, right? There's still upside uh on this. So let's go back to futures now.
What was the D point on the second one there?
On Apple?
Yeah.
On which one? Oh, on the red one?
Yeah, on the red one. The D point on the red
On
one.
the red one is all the way to $100, 99.
What is it, 3165 and 166?
This one right here. So it ends at my 1618 at the 99 price point. But this can change. The D leg can change depending on where this C point. If they decide to keep going and end it at the 886, then the D leg will change, right? Because the values are going to change. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So look, I'll show you. If we go here, right? Or actually, no, the values, the bottom values are staying the same. Never mind. Yeah, so either way, the price point is gonna be if they go with the red harmonic, the downside is the PT is like right below $100 on Apple.
Okay, so right now the only thing that I'm not getting is, how you're getting the value on the C. You're trying to get 0.886, right?
Uh-huh.
But is that value, you can only get that value at one specific point on the chart, or because I thought, I mean, it
So okay,
depends
so
on.
you see when I drag You see how when I'm dragging this C, my value is changing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So harmonics, they give you a range. If you look at the charts that I posted on Discord, it'll tell you the ranges that validate this harmonic. So this one is saying from the 3882, like here, right? Roughly. So what they're saying is that, hey, this C point could end here and go down, and this pattern is valid, while also saying, hey, anywhere between these ranges from the 886 to the 32 to the 38 is valid, right? So they can choose anywhere between, like, what is the value? Hold on. Let's see. So we're at 150, right? 150, and then 886 ends at roughly around what's 171. So it's saying that the C point, the C leg, can end anywhere between $171 or 150, and it's still valid. If it goes now, this is where you reassess, right? If it goes past the 886, that means that this pattern, this red pattern, is no longer valid, because 886 was the last point that this pattern would be validated. But if it breaks 886, that means that they're gonna go with this pattern. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I see.
Because these two patterns are still on the table.
So right now, like, we're looking at your ciphers with definitive values, but in reality, there's a range in between those values, right? It's not like
Exactly.
exactly.
But most of the time, the harmonics complete at the set levels, right? So like the 38 or the 886, right? So like, for example, like today on futures, we completed right at the 141, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but it's still anywhere between this range, the 171 to 150, anywhere between that, the C leg will still be validated on this red one. Once it breaks that 886, then I'm saying, okay, this red one is no longer on the table, and they're gonna go with this blue one. So right now, what I'm getting is that, hey, because Apple, right? I'm looking at the conservative price point of Apple, right? At the C leg over here at the 150 area. So right now, what I'm seeing is that, hey, we bounced off this neckline. We also bounced off this C point. So there's only one option right now, right? And it's to go up, right? Because we bounced off a neckline and we bounced off a C point. And both scenarios lead upwards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because one scenario is, hey, it's the C point, and the other scenario is, hey, we just reached the B
Yeah.
on this harmonic, so now we're gonna go to the C. Both scenarios point upwards, and that's why I'm saying that
Even the bearish thesis still has quite a ways to go upside before it's completed.
yeah. So once we hit here, once we hit this C at the 38, we're gonna know. We're gonna know if it goes down. Then we can say, okay, you know, this M is probably gonna play out. If it keeps going up, these both harmonics are still on the table still. You know what I'm saying? Until we pass that 171 threshold, because that tells me that the 886 is already like done for, and they're gonna go with just the bullish shit, right? So I think tomorrow, let's see, there might be even a smaller harmonic. I don't know yet on Apple, but these are like the bigger ones that I have, and it seems like these are the ones that they're going with. So I do think tomorrow we might pump, bro. So okay, so on futures, right? We are. Do I have any other harmonics? Okay, so this one's completed. This one just completed. Okay, I do have a bigger one here. Another big one. Yeah, man. All scenarios were, all scenarios were ciphers, and they're all, pointing upwards right now. You see that? All the ciphers that I had completed around here. So the thesis for going up, continuing momentum upwards is strong, because not only do we have these harmonics, but also the Apple confirmation, right? And Apple moves the market, helps move the market. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
Let's see.
it's such a clear picture, like that. The way you're explaining it right now, it's so clear.
Yeah. So if you remember on Monday, remember I was telling you, like, I have all these scenarios where if we complete the C point, we just go up, right? Um, but again, this whole thing is gonna depend on what Apple does right here.
Damn.
Yeah.
This is gonna be crucial right here, right? This right here.
Apple hitting 150 again.
Yeah. So once Apple hits 150, it's gonna be the one that dictates where we're gonna go. Because if Apple decides to go down, right? Then we go to our bigger, SPX futures, right? So my C point, you guys see the horizontal lines, right?
Yes.
The blue ones. So my cipher on the big one, if I drag it down, this line should hit the 141. Where is it? Oh no. Oh, is it the other one?
You're on futures right now.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you're looking for Apple, right? Because I think you said something about Apple's going all the way to 99.
Oh, no. So I wonder why I deleted my line. That's weird. Okay. So give me a sec. Two sevens. Was this not a what pattern is this? Did I just hold on? I'm fucking confused now.
All good, all good. I thought you were trying to focus on Apple and it
No,
going
hold
to
on.
affect futures. Well, I guess the whole market as a whole, really.
Okay, yeah, so this one is also a. Let me hide the other one, the smaller one, so I can focus on the big one right now. Okay. Because technically, this pattern could also be completed. You know what I'm saying? Because it fits the range already. Look at that. So look at the cipher, guys, on the chart that I posted in the Discord.
Okay.
Look at the cipher, right? So the values on the cipher says that the X2A, right, could be between 38 to 61, right? So we are at 58. This is the macro. This is on the macro level though, okay?
Is it in charts? I'm looking at charts. There was Netflix.
I posted it somewhere.
Or is it on floor? Oh,
it might be on charts. Yeah, it's on charts. On charts.
Okay, because I see Netflix.
And then scroll up.
Oh, the top one?
Yeah, you see that says Bitcoin charts?
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
We're looking at Cypher, the fourth one.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Cypher. And we're looking at the W, right?
Yeah.
So look at the values, okay? Like this is I need you guys to like really understand this, okay? So the X to A, right? The X to A and the X to B relation says that these values could be between the 38 to the 61. And look at the value here. What is my value here?
0.589.
Yeah. Does that fit that criteria?
Yes.
Yes, right? Okay, cool. Now, the A to C relation says from the 113 to the 114. We are at 117, right? Does that fit the A to C?
Yes. Just a little off, but yes.
Yep.
right? It's like 0.002 off, right?
Yes, 0.003.
But it's still I would still consider it the C point is completed, right? Because the cipher says that we are completed anywhere from the 113 to the 141. And I take this and I say, okay, I look at it and I'm like, we're basically like right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this technically to me says, okay, we already completed the C point, right? Now the D, right? The C to D, right? It says cipher ends at the 786, right? 786 is up here. And that is in the 450. So that will be back to almost all-time high, right? Almost.
Hmm.
So
Like 480. Yeah.
let me zoom in actually. Let me lock this. Right. So this is our D point right here. So I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna draw a horizontal line here and I'm gonna save that. Just lock it. Right. So our D point ends at 4529.
Dang.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But before we play this one, we have to play the smaller time frame one, which is this one that I have. So let me, this one, right? So right now I can get rid of this line since we already completed the smaller harmonic. Yeah, that was the trend line. So let me delete this trend line here.
And the bigger one is from what is that?
The bigger
August
one
is
is
the
from
high?
all-time high, I think. I think the big one is from all-time high. Yep. See?
Oh, so we're going way back.
Yeah. So this big one is from all-time high.
Mm.
I had this drawn like sheesh, like so long. Like I think like by like mid July. I think I had the points plotted.
Dang.
Hey, you remember, right?
So there's a year's worth of activity all right there.
in a few months. Damn.
So like the thing about harmonics is like once you are able to like, once you're really good at them, you are able to notice them. Like in your head, you start seeing like the patterns and you start seeing the possible outcomes like way into the future. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is like because the market plays in patterns, you also have to look at the shorter time frames. That's why there's harmonics inside harmonics inside harmonics, right?
When I'm drawing that, like I see that TradingView gives me XABCD and Cipher specifically.
Yeah, you want to use the cipher pattern. The cipher pattern is the only time that you're going to use that cipher tool. Anytime. Okay, so if you look at the charts, right, that you're looking at the Bitcoin charts,
Yeah.
notice how every harmonic, the C leg is shorter than the A leg, right? Except for cipher, right? And you know what I'm saying? Do you see it? So take a look at the harmonics and look at the C point in every harmonic. Take a look at the bat, take a look at the butterfly, take a look at the crab. The C is shorter than the A, right?
Yep.
Cipher is the only pattern that the C is longer than the A. So you have to make sure that you use the cipher tool whenever the C leg is longer than the A.
Oh, so that's a good way to point out if that's a cipher or not.
Exactly. Anytime you see a pattern and the C is above the A, that means it's a cipher. So the cipher and the bats and the butterflies are the most common. Bats, butterflies, and cipher are the most common patterns. The crabs and the gartleys are the how do I say are a little more rare, right?
So right here, the thing that you have open right now, that's a cipher.
Yeah, that's all ciphers, bro. Look at this.
Yeah, but the
C
is lower. The C is lower than the A there, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because it's the upside down.
Yeah.
All right, my bad.
Yeah. So if it was an M, the C leg would be higher than the A.
Okay, yeah. So the C is further from the value of X than A. Got it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So anytime you see a pattern and the C leg is longer than the A, that should automatically tell you, hey, I'm a cipher. You know what I mean? Or I could potentially be a cipher, right?
Yep.
But yeah, this is on the macro, and it fits, right? Because if Apple decides to just go ape shit, right? The C leg on this one ends up here. And if they decide to just blow past it, they can go with this one. And like I said, Apple moves the fucking market. So if they decide to do this, then this is on the table. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
If Apple breaks the 150.
yeah. So right now, we have to watch Apple. We have to watch Apple and see what it does once it gets to this line. Value here. Let me actually draw a line so I can just have it on my chart.
49.96.
383 is fine. So I'm gonna draw a line here, right? And then what I'm also gonna do is draw a line at the 886, right? So that way I know that this is the range that this C leg is playing, right? So 886 ends right here. So let's zoom in. Let me turn off this bigger harmonic. Yeah. Right. So at this C leg, we're also going to draw a line. Right. So now we have our range. This whole range here. Do I have any fucking? Can I choose my color? How do I choose the color on this shit? Does anyone know?
Yeah, you press so draw something, whatever you want to draw, just draw it.
Oh, can I use the highlighter? Yeah. Okay, so we draw it and then we press it.
And then no, you see in the top left the little marker symbol.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay.
That.
Yeah. Let me make this a little. Yeah. For those visual learners out there, bro.
It's a happy face.
Just a happy face.
Let's go.
So this pattern says that the C-leg can complete anywhere between this range right here, right? This whole range here is valid for this pattern still, right?
So
you
if
see
we
my
see
horizontal line, my horizontal line here. So this is the 382 that I drew, and then this is the 886. So this anywhere between 150 to 171.
Yeah.
The pattern could stop and just dump, and it's still valid, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, we have to watch Apple. We have to watch Apple and see how it acts in this line on the first one, right? If we reject this, then it should automatically tell you, hey, we hit our point. Now we're gonna go down.
Yeah.
But if it continues going past this line, this horizontal line that I drew, chances are we are gonna test the 886, which is up here at the 171, right? But you have to be like aware that because it's a range, it can stop anywhere in this range.
That range, gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? So at any point, once it passes this line, it can choose to just dump. So you have.
So let's say it hits 150, like 152, right? And then it starts to reject 152. What point on the downside, like once it starts coming down, if it goes back up, at what point is the cipher invalidated?
So this one is not a cipher. This one's the deep crap, right? So what this tells me, right? Because I also don't have a line here yet. Remember how I told you that the first step is for the trend line break, right?
Yep.
So on harmonics, you always want to draw your trend line from the X to the B, right? So here's my X, drew from X, right? And this is my B point, right? Make sure it's magnetized. Yeah, okay, cool. So now that I have my trend line, right? Let me delete this. Right, I have my trend line. This is my trend line. And remember, the trend lines and the necklines act as confirmations of the pattern, right? So for example, let's say that Apple, we're still going with Apple. We go here, right? And then we reject, right? We reject, we come back down, and then we bounce up, right? Bounce up, right? This
It's
pattern
playing
is
off of
still,
the trend line.
yeah, it's still valid. Once it breaks, then you can say, okay, now we just took the first step. Now I'm gonna wait for a retest of the trend line, right? So it'll probably go back up here. And if it rejects, now our next move is to see what happens at the neckline. If we slice through it, then chances are we're gonna see this play out. Right?
Dang, that's why you always say the C to D move is like the most important one.
Yeah, because we already know where it's going. We have a target, right? Now, if it does this, right? If it breaks the trend line, right? You still don't want to like go all in on puts, right? Because we still have to break the neckline. Once we break the neckline, then you can like be like, okay, I'm a full port puts, but at the same time, you have to like buy time, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't know how long it's gonna take for the pattern to complete. Sometimes it takes days, sometimes weeks, sometimes do it in the whole like in a session. You know what I mean? So this is what it can do. It could go here and then bounce off the fucking trend line and just continue to go up, right? Because this pattern is still saying, hey, as long as we stay above the neckline, this pattern is still valid and I still have room to go all the way to the C. Right? Do you guys understand?
Following.
Right.
So it's moving up and down within the entire range of C to D, but it has to break the B point.
The trend line. Yep, this trend line right here. The first step is breaking the trend line.
The XB, okay, has to break the XB trend line to the downside in order to just.
And then the B neckline, that is the kind of like the final nail in the coffin, right? That says, hey, once.
So right there's like, let's watch it. It just passed XB. I'm alerted. I'm watching it to the downside. It's going. There's volume. Yeah. It just broke B neckline. It's going to hell.
Hold on, guys. Give me a sec. I'm getting a call.
Let me show you mine, which matches exactly. It matches exact to Miguel's. Check this out. Like this cipher matches to the deep crab.
And then what's the difference between crab and deep crab? I don't see it on that chart.
I think it's just longer. Just deep crab is just bigger. I think that's what it means. But check it. Maybe I should fix this to extended. Let me do that real quick.
What figures did you play today, Mark?
I played Spy and Apple.
Nice.
I'm kind of done playing AMD. AMD was nice learning, but it depends on so many different ETFs that it's too stressful.
It's also victim to the whole news too with all the chips and stuff. So
yeah. But you see, this C to D already broke the trend line, and it's entering this gap, which also matches Miguel's crab. The tip of the C on his crab, the tip of the C point on his crab ends at the end of this D here, which is the gap fill. So if that keeps going, if his deep crab keeps going, then that the bigger harmonic is true. That still plays.
Let's see. How far your X point, that's when is that? September? You're using
Yeah, hold on, let me unlock. So when I switch back to regular, or when I switch back and forth between extended and regular, it moves it. So let me fix this real quick.
Oh, but you're supposed to, right? With harmonics include extended hours, right?
Yeah, but when I'm like live trading, I don't like extended on. So then I'll
Gotcha.
turn it off, but it, like the harmonic still stands, like it still ends at the same point. Let me
yeah.
fix that. There we go. Oh, hold on.
I think you're right before that gap, right? That gap down?
Yeah. Yeah, my gap is the green highlight, so you can see, and I marked it too, gap fill. It's exactly 146.71 to 149.73. And that's where the D point ends. So we just crack through the trend line, and you could still play like short-term puts. This is why I'm starting to combine harmonics with supply and demand and support and resistance. Because if you look on the daily candle met back in supply at 143 and then rejected it again. That's
That's
one,
cool.
2, 3 rejections right there. And even if it rejects, let's say it does reject, you're still in a harmonic, right? It can reject back down and you're still in the harmonic because the trend line's right there. And this also matches the levels right here. The 140 level, I think even if it gets to 138, you're probably still within the harmonic. Like it has a range that you kind of just have to instinctually know. And I think it would still be valid.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry.
All good. Mark is just showing us his Apple Apple harmonic.
Okay.
I was just saying it matches your deep crab and the other one that you have.
Okay, got it. Let me delete this. But yeah, Knives, do you kind of understand?
Yeah, I'm not fully there yet, but I'm definitely
Yeah.
feel like there's pieces that are getting filled in so far. So,
Yeah.
and I'm
So,
like trying to follow along, and I'm making charts over here while you're talking, and like trying to match what you're doing to. Yeah.
okay. So yeah, that's what I have on Apple. So we'll see what it does. What the hell am I unlocking? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let me unlock it. But yeah, when you draw your harmonics, you always want to draw it to the first conservative point. That way you don't,
SPX is the only one you don't have to. I mean, you can't do extended on SPX. So SPX is the only one you're not required to do extended harmonics on, right?
yeah, because that only trades during institutional hours.
Yeah.
So then I did notice that the XD on the cipher is exactly 0.786. It can't be any other value.
No. So you see how it says on the cipher, the D point to set, that's where it ends. That's where the pattern completes. You see how there's no range, that it's just a specific value. That's where it tells you that it ends. Anything above that, like if it goes above like fucking, 8 or 9, then it is no longer a cipher, right? Because after every pattern completion, there's a retracement. So what it tells you, see how there's an arrow pointing after the D?
Yeah, and it's always in the opposite direction
Exactly.
of previous
That's
trend.
why that's why they call either bearish or bullish harmonics, right? Because of what it does afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
So if we're looking at a bullish harmonic, it's actually telling us there's a lot of downside left, and when it's completed, it starts the bullish trend.
Well, not that there's a lot of downside or up retracement. The rule of harmonics is that after every pattern completion, 95% of the time there is a 0.38 retracement from the C to D.
Mm.
From
understand
C
what I'm
to
saying?
D.
Yeah.
So what? Here, let me give you an example of a pattern that completed. Okay, let's go to SPX. Let me see if I have any old patterns. Oh, hide this, hide this, hide this. I might have deleted them already. Yeah. Let me look at futures. Do I have any patterns that I? Okay, so on futures, I think I have some that are already completed. This is when it just fucking decided to die. Butterfly. Nope. Do I have any other? Okay, here, right? So this pattern, you see this?
Yeah.
This M completed, right? This M completed. So now what we do, right? If you're playing this pattern, god damn it, give me a sec, guys.
Luigi called.
I mean, I'm like the only non-harmonic user here, but what I'm gathering is that since all those ranges are based on fibs, like, because you know how to some Miguel saying the 38 to 88.6, those are all like, that's like it's entering a golden zone and then exceeding that golden zone to like that last resistance point. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I would use that information.
All right. Okay. So now what we do, once we completed this pattern, right? We draw a fib from our C to our pattern completion D point.
Hmm?
And look, let me make it more. What color should I use so you guys can see? Orange, maybe? No.
I mean, I can
Yellow.
already see where on that trend line it's that 38's at. It's at or
Yeah.
the sorry,
So okay.
yeah,
So pay attention to my 38. You see my 38 right now, right?
it's white.
It's at yeah, it's white. It's my white, right? So if we drag it, look where it completed, bro. Look where it retraced to. Right?
Oh, yeah.
The 38, right? Because a rule of harmonics is that after every pattern completion, there is a retracement. So the cool thing about harmonics is that you can play the C to D, and then you can play the retracement. So you're not only playing the pattern completion, you're also playing the retracement. So you're banking on both sides.
I see. So
There's no guesswork. You know what I mean? So
we're,
if
we're
someone
doing,
was
just to understand, we're doing the pattern is complete, and then we do a fib retracement from D to C,
from the C to D,
from C to D, and then we can expect
at minimum a 38 retracement at minimum.
okay.
It could go even higher or lower, but at minimum there will be a 38 retracement. And look, 38 retracement and then back to continuation downside. You know what I mean?
Dang.
So like the safest way to play something like this is to play the C to D and then just play the retracement to the 38 and then get out. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but every time on the chat when I say, "Oh, it's it completed the pattern, now it's doing a 38 retracement," after it completes that, it's free to do whatever the fuck it wants. It can go up or down. We have no clue unless we have like another harmonic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So after the 0.38 retracement, it can do whatever it wants. At that point, we don't know what it's gonna do, but so far we already know most of the move. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like on the C, you already did the move, and then like once you get that 38 retracement, that's already plotting the next move that you don't have data yet. But like you said, like it's gonna do a 38 retracement either way.
Yeah, it's gonna like I said, 95% of the time it does the 38 retracement. So after that, you reassess, right? So okay, so we retraced, right? So let's say I was playing this, right? So I took puts, bam, we completed the harmonic. right?
Mhm.
Now because I play harmonics, now I know that there's that minimum of 38 retracement. So I'm taking calls, right? While everyone's still taking puts because they're like, oh, we're gonna go to downside. But then you get this bounce, and they're like, wait, why? Why are we bouncing?
Yeah.
It's all planned. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So bam, we complete 38 retracement, back down, right? So if I was playing this, I would take calls, and then I would get out at the 38. I would get out, and then I would reassess, right? Okay, so now what are we doing? Did we hold the 38? Did we reject it? What am I gonna do? So if we and the thing about our notes, right? If you scroll up on the charts, scroll up in the chart section, and I have this post that says the importance of fib levels, right? You guys see that?
Oh, the green one, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
little
yeah.
like notepad that I have.
Yep, yep, yep.
So
I saved that one. I use that every day.
I
so
memorized that thing.
yeah, so knives. It's good to memorize what each value in a fib does, right? So if we look at the thing, it says 38, right? The 38 says continuation fib, right? It says here, it's highly respected. If you break the 38, you'll likely head to the 61. If you don't break the 38, you'll likely retrace back to the 23, right? So look at here. We broke the 38, but we couldn't. We there was another. I think there was another pattern here. But if we didn't have that, right? We went back down and we rejected. So now the 38 says, hey, if we can't get past the 38, then we're gonna go to the 23. So I would have bought puts here and taken it to the 23, which is my white fib. And look at that. We went past the 23 and we knifed. And now the 23 says, what does the 23 say? Most common retrace during high volume, high momentum, buy the dip. This is the 23 is where you buy the dip. But because it broke it, the next stop is the 114, right? Look, you see that?
Mm.
And that's why like fibs are also like very important and like really crucial to know like what each value does. They're not just I know YouTube preaches, oh, the golden zone on the fucking the 50 and the
I
nah,
still
man,
kind of go
like
by that,
there's
but
the 50, fuck the 50, bro. Like it's not good. Like 80% of the time it just knifes through the 50. Look at all the fibs, bro. Tell me a fucking time where like uh if you look at all the other values, tell me when the 50 is respected more than the 23, than the 61, than the 38, than the 78 or the 886. You won't get that. Like most of the time it just knifes through the 50. The 50, it's good to like acknowledge it, but don't respect it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I just stay as
Don't
the halfway
respect it.
point. But yeah, just know that it's gonna no, more times than not gonna pass right through it, whether you're on the upside or
Yeah.
downside.
I mean, I know I said I wasn't gonna use fibs anymore, but using the fibs for the C to D is actually when you said that, I was like, oh yeah, you can do that.
Yeah,
So I
still use them.
I
I think they're still important to these harmonics because, like what Miguel said, the harmonics are based on Fibonacci's. No,
Yeah,
yeah,
harmonics are
but
based on Fibonacci. Yes.
yeah, so I plotted a fib on the C and I ended it at the D, and I was like, oh shit, okay, now I kind of have a roadmap now. So I think that's where my fibs will live. If I see a harmonic, then that's the next step for me in my plan. Yeah, because that's pretty legit. When you do a Fibonacci from C to D, you see everything. Like I'm looking at my Apple one right now, and the 61 ends just around the trend line. So I know there's a high chance it can bounce. And we already broke the trend line.
So, yeah, okay. I just lost myself. Where are we at now? Knives, do you kind of understand a little better?
Yeah. The only thing that still escapes me a little bit is you know, I'm like right now I'm looking at your screen and you have like 137 different fibs going on.
Yeah.
And like
Let's actually go over how
every
I
single
plot.
one.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you the importance of every fucking fib, right? So
Yeah.
let's
Oh
chart.
shit! I'm tuning in for this.
Let's chart SQQ, right? Let's just do something like
SQ.
some shit. I don't know, something or maybe UPro. Let's do UPro, right? Because UPro follows it's like a mini spy. UPro is like for the for the low port that don't have a lot of money, right? This is
When I was like trying to teach people about options and stuff, and like they don't want to take the risk, I'm like, you can play like shares of UPro in the direction that you.
Can we just
Yeah,
give the guys
exactly.
UPro already? I want them to join in on this already.
Yeah. So like, the cool thing about UPro, right,
Mm-hmm.
is that it follows SPY. It follows SPY to the T, right? So if you cannot afford SPY contracts, you can either play UPro comments or UPro options, which are the contracts are super fucking cheap, right? They're like $60, $70, right? Uh, but yeah, this is like I think UPro is really good for those that want to build your portfolio while not having the same risk as you do with SPY or SPX. You know what I mean? Because the downside, if you're wrong, it's not as bad as if you're buying like contracts at a SPY for like $500 or $600. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, let me clear this charts and shit. I'm gonna delete everything and I'm just gonna start from scratch. Okay. So turn on extended. So when you draw your fibs, you always want to have extended hours because you need that data. Okay, that's the first step, right?
Okay.
Now the second step is zooming out, right? You want to zoom out to the 4 hour, and the first thing that you want to draw is a fib from your. Let me see if I can. Yeah. So the first thing you want to draw is your long-term fibs. These are the fibs that you are barely gonna edit unless like there's a new high or a lower low, right? So these fibs are your kind of like uh your fundamental zone, I guess, call it, right? So
And how far back do you go on the 4 hour?
I like going to 2020 COVID because this is the best the crazy impulse, right? So a general rule of thumb of fibs is that you want to draw them from impulse. An impulse is where you see candles that stick out like a sore thumb, right? So if you look at this chart, this sticks out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right? This sticks out. This sticks out. They stick out, right?
They'll be
These are
right there.
impulses, right? So the first thing is like you have to draw from your, the most obvious impulse, right? Whether it be your high or your low. So for you pro, I see this and this is my low, right? This is the impulse that sticks out, right? And we want to draw it to the high, to the most recent high, which is up here. So you want to make sure your points are precise because this is all based on programs and math and shit. So you have to be precise. You can't fuck up.
Make sure the log shit is on, huh?
Yeah, well, log doesn't matter because that's the log is for trend lines, right?
Oh, got you. Okay.
But yeah, with Fibonacci, you have to be right, bro. Like you can't mess up on fibs because we're basing our entries and our exits on values, and if you're wrong on if your charts are wrong on the values, then you're gonna mess up. You know what I mean?
Got you.
So one cool thing I like to do when I draw my fibs is that I like drawing them based on the trend, right? So this is an uptrend, right? Obviously, right? So usually when it comes to uptrends, right, I like using cool colors, right, that represent like, hey, that way when I zoom in, I know what fib I'm on, right? So I'm gonna color it green, right? Because green is bullish, right? For bull,
Yep.
right? So this tells me, hey, this is my long-term fib. It's green. It's a bullish fib, right? Can we lock it, right?
Okay.
Next thing, after we draw our fibs from our impulses that stick out, next you want to draw your fibs that are from harmonic completions, right? So in this chart, do you see any like patterns that just stick out to you?
That W on the September to November really
This
stuck
W,
out.
right?
Yeah,
This one right
Yeah.
here,
it's
right?
sticking out to me like, hey, look at me.
Exactly, right? So a rule of thumb is that because we draw our Fibonacci's from C to D, right? From our harmonics, the C here, this is where we're gonna draw our second fib from, right?
Mhm.
And don't ask me why. It's just a rule.
The
Okay.
same high?
Huh?
The same high?
Yeah, the same high because the high hasn't changed, right?
Got you.
So then we just color a different color, right? Make it blue. We want to make sure that it's right at the C leg, right? Okay. Bam. Go up here. Bam. Right. So now we have two fibs, right? We have one from our COVID low,
Mhm.
and then we have one from our most recent pattern that is like straight up just obvious, right?
Mhm.
Remember how I told you want to draw your fibs from like just things that just stick out, right? So we drew it from here because this sticks out, and then this W here, you can see plain as day, right?
Mhm.
And that's it, right? There's probably like smaller W's here, but like I said, you always want to draw them
The bigger ones, huh?
from the ones that stick out the most, right? Now, next, okay, so there's no more uptrend, right? So next
Okay.
we draw our downtrend fibs, right? So we go from
We got
high.
two there, right? 2 or 3?
There's two.
These are two fibs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The red thing is just where UPro closed at. It's just telling me where it closed up today. So next we draw our downtrend fibs, right? We draw from the most recent high to our most recent low. Now, because this is a downtrend fib, I like using colors that represent like, downside, right? So like anything that's red, orange, yellow, etc., right? Okay, so make sure you, like I said, you always want to zoom in, make sure you got it right. Okay. And then we lock them. That way it just doesn't move. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Like you can literally just trade using fibs. You know what I mean? So like, let me show you an example, right? So we have 3 fibs right now. We have 3 long-term fibs on the 4-hour. We have our COVID low fib. We have our W completion fib. And then we have our high to low fib, right? See. You guys have that notes with the fibs, the importance of fibs and the
Yeah.
value?
Yep. I got that up.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So let me actually open the original. Let me move it over here. All right. Look at this, right? So look at this price action here, right? Look how it couldn't break a 78 and a 23. Now read the fibs notes. What does it say about a 23?
Continuation fib, common retrace during high volume momentum plays by the dip.
Mm-hmm. Now look at the 78.
Highly respected fib
Reversal.
area.
Reversal
Expect
area, right?
strong support or resistance. Yeah.
Exactly. So reversal area means, it's going the opposite way of
Where
where
it's currently.
exactly. So this trend was trying to go up, and look, it rejected the 78, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you were playing this, right, and you didn't have this on, and you only had your low to high fibs, you would have taken calls here, right? Because it tells you that the 23 is the buy the dip continuation, right? So once we got over here, let's look at here, right? We closed above the 38. The 38 says continuation fib, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most common fib you'll see on all time frames. It's highly respected. If you break the 38, you'll likely head to the 61, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't break it, what's the opposite of the 61? It's the 23, right?
Yep.
So because when we broke it and we retested it and we didn't reject it to go lower, the 38 pushed us back to the 23. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like ping pong, right? So now here, right? Finally, right here. Look at this. The 23 here, right? We were consolidating. Finally broke below it, and we rejected it. You see this candle here?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that, right? We close below it. Now you buy puts, right? Because this 23 is your risk. Now 23 says it's a continuation fib, right? So if we hold 23, chances are we're gonna go to the 38, right? And look, we went down to the 38. So you guys see the importance of the values, right? So if you would have bought puts here, you would have gotten out. I would have scaled out here because there's another 38 here, right? And then this is the other 38 that's from this green one. That's why it's always important to know which fibs you're using as well, right? So like today, let's look at the most recent shit that we have, right? We're approaching.
And that's crazy how you remember that, because like obviously the colors give it off, but I would probably put like little text on, be like, "Yo, long-term fib," or
yeah.
That's crazy how you remember them.
But we're not done drawing our fibs, right?
Yeah.
Because when I look at this, there's candles that are just like hanging between fibs that bounce, and I'm like, why? You know? So now knives, we go to I like going to our 1 hour, right? Because you can see the M's a little more clearer, right? You see this M here, right? Okay. So once we acknowledge the M's, we can draw our fibs. Wait, who left?
Mark probably.
Mark left. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So here, the next step is to draw from our C legs on our harmonics down to the low, right? So what we're gonna do is draw another harmonic. You guys see this M, right? This M here.
Yep.
Okay.
Where
out, right? What's up?
Hold on a second. You said the M, like okay.
You see this M here?
Yeah.
It sticks out, right?
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the right thing. Yeah. Okay, I see it now.
Okay, so now that we see it, right? Here, let me actually zoom in a little bit. That way we can see it a little better. You see it now, right? Boom, boom. So X, A, B, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So what we do now is we draw our fib from our C point, right? This is our C, right? To the most recent low. And then we color it different. I'm going to use orange for this one. We make sure that we have, right at the C and make sure it's not off of anything. Make sure it's precise. Okay. So now you're looking at it and you're like, okay, now I see, you like this, right? If we didn't have that, we didn't know like what it was respecting. But look, right? Now we have more fibs and we know like what it potentially rejected, right? Now the last M that I see is this one. This is the most recent one, right? You guys see it?
Yep.
Okay. And we draw another fib from our C down to the most recent low, and we color it.
So it's always, even on the W's, right? Like it's always the C point.
The C,
Yeah.
That's where you want to draw your fibs from. Yes. Because the algos play from the C's, right? So now that we have our fibs, now the only time that you'll edit these is when you make a lower low, right? So
Okay.
if this makes a lower low tomorrow, we just drag down our downturn fibs. You see how our long-term fibs, our bullish long-term fibs, we don't have to edit them until we break this, right? Because this is our starting point on this W. If we break that, then we can delete this fib, right? We can just get rid of it, right? Because it's already, it broke, it made a new low, right?
Gotcha.
And we just stick to this one until we break this one, right? But it's at $8, so that's probably never gonna happen, right? So now, after we've done all that, now we go to the smaller time frames. Right now, I know it looks like I have a billion fibs, right? Look at this, right? You see all this shit, you're like, what the fuck? But it makes much more sense when you zoom in, right? Because you're playing this intraday, right? So now, when we zoom in, you want to go to like the 1 hour, right? You want to go to the 1 hour or the 30 minutes, whatever. So now what you do here is you draw from the most recent high to the most recent low, right? So you go up here. This is the most recent high. Let me fix it. I'm gonna use. What should I use for this one? I'm gonna use pink. Okay. And now we go to our 10 or 15, whatever small time frame you play. And look at this. We have levels now, bro. Look at this.
That's clean.
Right? And what did it bounce off of? The levels, bro. If I didn't have any of this shit, look. Right? What does the 11 say? What does the 11 say on the notes, bro?
Retest from the 23, launching pad for continuation of the trend.
Exactly. It's a launching pad, right? The trend right now, after this, is an uptrend, right?
Yeah.
So it's a launching pad for continuation of the trend. We held it, we launched, right? After the 11 comes the 23, right? The 23 says continuation fib, right? If it's coming from the 11, that means we're going to continue, right? Because a 23 is a continuation fib. So we broke the 23, we based on it. Look at this, right? What does it say? If you break by the dip, continue momentum, right? So after the 23 comes the 38, right? And look, broke the 38, based on it, right? Now, what does the 38 say? Continuation fib.
Yeah.
If we hold it, chances are we're gonna go to the 61, right? The 38 says it's highly respected. If you break the 38, you'll likely head to the 61. Our 61 is at $30. Chances are we're gonna head there. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And look at this. Not only are we following this our pink fibs, but now we're consolidating on an 11 that's on a larger time frame. You see that?
Dang, launching pad, huh?
Another launching pad. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Wait a second. I think I did something wrong
What happened?
because I'm not getting my fibs near those levels.
Well, it's
Maybe I'll.
probably you gotta enter those values, no?
Do you have the values that I gave
Yeah,
you?
you gotta
guys?
enter the values in the settings
So these are the
in
values that I
trading
have.
view.
All right, let me see. Hold on one second.
You can take a picture of this. These are the values you want to have on your fibs. These are the ones that matter.
My phone is full. Please. Hold on one second. I'm gonna write it down.
All right.
Old school. 0.
They're the same ones listed in the document, aren't they?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the
are
same
they?
ones that are listed in the Discord. Yeah.
Even the higher values?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I got it.
But what matters the most is like the 11, the 23, the 38, the 61, the 78, and the 886. Those are like the meat of the bone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The extended ones are just there to show you that hey, we can go there. But most of the time, you want to get the meat of the move, right?
So I see that you have it as 11.4, but I'm putting in 0.114, right?
Yeah, that's the one you want to use. Yep. It's because the fibs that I have on the document was based on Webull at the time when I was using Webull. So in Webull you would do it from 11 instead of point. You know what I mean?
Technically, those are still percentages. Because, I mean, if you're
Yeah.
doing 0.382, that's a percentage. But I use
Exactly.
Webull still, so I type that as a actual percentage.
Yeah. But if you're using Trading View, you want to do the 0 point. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it just depends on the platform you're using.
236, 382, 50, 618, 78.6, 88.6.
Yeah. And then if you notice all these values, if you look at the harmonic chart, they're all based on that. You see that? Look at the harmonic charts. Look at the back. 38, 50, 38, 886, 1618, 2618, 786. And they're based on this.
Yeah, I see that. I see that.
So 6.
So this is the correct way to draw fibs. Because if you drew them how they tell you on YouTube and shit, you wouldn't have all this. You would literally just have.
Hey, but didn't you say though, like, say for instance, if you don't see like those strong patterns, right? Then you would do the normal swing high to swing low, like
Yeah,
if you don't see a strong
Yep.
MRW. But there always be on the bigger time frames, you'll always see like obviously the bigger W's or M's, right? So like the macro fibs will always be pretty concise. It's just the lower time frames.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
YouTube tells you to just draw from high to low and low to high, right? So
Mhm.
YouTube will literally, like, if you just watched and learned from YouTube, like, this is what you would just have. Two fibs, right? Your low to high, your high to low. But it's like, what good does it do? Does it do you in the intraday, right? When you're day trading or when you're, when you want to know when to get out or when to enter, you know what I mean? Like, look at this shit, bro. Like how do you know, right? Like if you were playing today, where would you enter, right? Like chances are you will probably enter here or like up here, but like it's still scary. You don't know. You know what I mean? But
Because I
because
guess
of
the fibs are
fibs,
too wide range.
yeah. But because we have fibs, dude, we know. You see that? It's so clean, right? So, for example, if I was playing today, I would have entered here, right? Because the 11 is a launching pad, and we consolidated, right? We consolidated, and now we can use this line as risk, right?
Yeah. Oh, so you buy calls and then it's like if it doesn't work out, all right.
Yeah.
that's
So
there.
so yeah, our if then it becomes an if then scenario, right? You're
Mhm.
like, okay, if we hold here, my reward is all the way to the 23, right? My risk is you see your line and you set like a 10% stop loss, right, or something,
Yeah.
and that's your risk. You see how the risk is not as bad um, when you have fibs and you know your levels, right? So if you didn't have this fib, this fib that I have here, your like if you entered around here, your risk would have been like down here, right? Because this is support, right? This is the 10, right? But what happens if it just knifed, right? You would have got cooked, right?
Mhm.
But now we have this, and not only do we have the 11 now as conviction, we also have the 10 as conviction acting as support, right? Psychological support, right?
Mhm.
You see the importance?
Hey, how do you set your fibs to automatically include those numbers and not have to put them in every time?
In Trading View, it'll do it once you edit them. It'll stay forever. But in Webull, you'll have to do it every single time.
I know. I hate that, dude. In Weibo, that I have to do it every single fucking time, dude.
I still have the discipline for it, so.
Yeah. And in Trading View, once you edit the values, when you draw your next fib, it's gonna stay with it.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Weibo had a huge update today.
It did?
Oh, did it?
Yeah, they might have fixed that.
Oh, dude, is it true? Robinhood doing charts now?
There's charts on Robinhood, but I still prefer Weebles.
Oh, what the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, it's too late for Robinhood, bro. Yeah, it's just.
Hey, they can catch up, but I mean, it's
Yo,
still
that-
useful
there-
for me.
I miss that easy mode UI, dude. The way how like it's so gamified, you know, it makes trading look like a fucking video game on
Yeah.
that app.
But you see how our fibs went from looking like fucking gibberish, right? You don't understand what the fuck is happening. But if you go to the smaller time frames, it shows you the picture, right? It paints the picture. See what I'm saying?
786, 886.
So now when we closed up here, now we have to be weary of this 23 here. We're approaching an 886. We're approaching a 618. And if you look at the notes, all those are key levels that are highly respected, right?
Yeah.
So if you're playing calls, you have to be aware that at any moment at these levels, it can just reject and go down,
Yeah.
right? But if we base above it, then continuation, right?
Mhm.
Now, the cool thing about ATRs, though, if you're really bad at drawing fibs, you can use simple mode, right? Like in fighting games. You can use ATRs, and it'll just draw your fibs for you. But you don't get like the full picture. You know what I'm saying? You don't
Yeah.
get like the extra meter. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, so you're saying, so first obviously, draw your fibs, and then after that you're using ATRs as your confirmation, huh? Like,
Exactly.
oh,
So
I'm
once I
either
draw-
close or I'm a little bit off. Gotcha.
Once I draw like my fibs and shit,
Mm-hmm.
like for example, right here, right? Let me hide it. You see how it held, right? So if you are playing off of ATR, right? So say for example, you're like, okay, I'm gonna get in on some calls, right? But but because you are a safe trader, you want the best entry, right? Especially because we play options, right? Because
Mhm.
the right entry is what matters. Uh, you would have been like, okay, I'm gonna wait for a retest of this ATR to get in. But look, you never got that, right?
Mhm.
So this ship sailed without you. But if you had the actual fibs, you would have known that, hey, we're basing on an 11, right?
Yep.
So this is my entry here.
Oh, that's their launch pad.
Yeah. So you missed your entry because you were waiting for a retest of this ATR, but the retest happened here at this fib, at the 11. So if you had drawn your fibs, you would have entered here and look at that, right? If you were gonna wait for a retest, you never got it, bro, and you missed it. And then you probably would have got FOMO'd and shit, right? And then which is bad, uh, and would have entered like somewhere over here or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what I did wrong is I drew my fibs top to bottom when they're supposed to be bottom to top, right?
You always want to draw your fibs left to right, never from
Left to
right to left.
Left to right? Okay.
Yeah, always left to right. It doesn't matter if it's like high to low, low to high. Always from left to right.
Okay.
Like if you noticed, I always started. When I drew my first long-term fib, I started from the left and I went to the right. When I started my downtrend fibs, I started from the left, went to the right. You see that?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I did wrong. I did some of them.
Yeah, always
Right.
left to right. That's another thing I feel like YouTube doesn't teach you. I don't know why. Yeah, dude, I was watching this dude stream his fucking TA, or he had a clip, and he was drawing, bro. He grabbed the fib. He did this, dog. He did this. He grabbed the fib from here to here. Some shit like that.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And so the values were upside down, bro. And I was like, what the fuck? Like what?
So
Always from left to right. Because because YouTube tells you want to draw from your high to low, right? So what he thought, he was like, okay, I'm gonna draw from my high, right, to my low, right? but you see how the values are inverse, right?
Yeah.
So if you're drawing from your low to high, you want to start from the left to your right, always left to right.
Okay.
Let me cancel the replay. Yeah. Always left to right, bro. But yeah, that's the breakdown of drawing fibs and the correct way to do it. And
Okay.
you see how it makes much more sense when you zoom in, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where you see the bigger picture. That's where you see the clear picture. So now that I have a new low, I'm gonna go ahead and drag. This is futures, by the way. I'm gonna drag my fibs, my downturn fibs, and just drag them to the new low. I'm gonna do that for all the downturn fibs. And that's it. You don't have to. The only fib you're always gonna change is your intraday fib, and your if it makes a new low or a high.
Makes a new low or a new high. Do you erase it all together?
No, you can just here. I'll show you an example when you would erase a fib, right?
It's just going to stretch the values a little bit differently. So when you're accounting for that, your top is going to stay the same, but the bottom might be different.
Yeah. So let's actually go back to UPro. That's a good example. Okay. So on UPro, right? So our trend right now is the downtrend. So these fibs that you have drawn, you are only gonna drag them down every time it makes a new low. Until it makes a new high, like say for example, this fib that I have here on this M, if we somehow shoot back up and break this, then we delete this fib, right? Because it already broke this high, right? So this fib will be gone. Same thing for this green fib that I have here, the blue one, right? If U Pro breaks this, right? Because this is my starting point, right? This is my starting point, right? $24, $24.66. It says if we zoom in and we break it, then I delete this, right? Because there's no point in using it anymore because we broke the starting point. You see what I mean? So anytime it breaks the starting point, that's when you delete your fib.
Okay, I think I'm getting that.
So for example, let's go to our intraday fib here, right? So this fib, this pink fib that I have, is valid until this starting point breaks, right? So if you pro just fucking, right, and it breaks it, then I delete this shit, right? I delete this shit, and then I just use my yellow fib, right? Because my yellow fib is on a larger time frame, right?
Yeah.
It's from another starting point. You see what I mean? That's when you delete your fibs. Now, if U Pro would make a new low, then we just drag this endpoint here and we just fix it accordingly.
Mm.
And that's what I just did with futures, right? So then I go over all my tickers that I have, and then I just because I already have my fibs drawn. So all I have to do now is just drag it to the new low, right? Drag it to the new low, and then go on from there. Because you've already done most of the work. Is that it? I think that's it. Oh, it's the pattern I had on Google. I think it's a cipher, yeah. Let me delete it because it just became a cipher.
Look at that trend line.
Yeah. And how do we know it's a cipher? Because the C is lower than the A. Good job, class.
Yo, let's go.
Jeez.
That means the
Yo,
D
thanks,
move.
Miguel, for the refresher on the fibs.
Have you been dropping
Yeah,
your
bro.
fibs, Sarahina?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I mean, redrawing fibs is like my daily ritual.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
just
have to drill them, bro. Give me a second. I gotta call.
So the 1 point, the 0 point is the second point of the fib, right?
The 0 point of the second.
Yeah, like it says 1 on the first thing that I choose, and then 0 on the second thing that I choose.
Okay, because you're just drawing from the high point to the low point or the low point to the high point.
Yeah.
Because then all those other values are gonna become lines, that are the values that are determined by the values and the price.
Okay.
Dang, I'm glad I bought my surface empate. I'm gonna put unusual wells on it. I think I already have trading views on it.
Dude, I just yesterday I got I wanted to buy like a tablet, right, to do charts and stuff, and I ended up starting to look at the Lenovo Flex 4, right?
Oh, a good one. I see a lot of people get that one. It's a laptop, right?
It's a 2-in-1 laptop, and you can like fold
cool.
it over into a touch screen.
Oh, I think I saw that other one as well. But yeah, I love the Microsoft Surface Pro, dude. I just haven't traded on it yet, but yeah, I'm gonna practice on it. I even got the stylus and the that cool little mouse that folds.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, dude. I'll link you, or I'll link it in the chat in a little bit. Let's see.
Yeah, I just got it yesterday. Costco, man. Costco's undefeated.
Blessed
Right?
Lord Costco. That's where I made all my trades on today.
Let's see. And this is supposed to be rolled. I think I'm getting a little bit hang of it. I'm making I like make the long-term fib lines thicker, right? Because they're like more likely to be respected.
You can make them thicker. You can add dotted lines, whatever makes it more identifiable to you, knowing that's a longer term one. I like using the color green as well. And then the ones that are the downtrend ones, I use like a deep dark red or a bright red, so I know that this is downtrend.
Yeah.
But the ones that you change on the daily are your short term ones. So when you go zoom into like maybe like anywhere from like the 1 to 10 minute, I suppose, because those are the ones you're going to be looking at intraday. You just do that from the day's low to the day's current high.
Dude, I keep drawing them backwards just out of habit.
Left to right, left to right. I still got to make my trend line video for the week, or trend lines, SMAs. I already did fibs, but I mean every combination of these that you can use, just it's right there. At least SMAs draw themselves out.
Yeah. All right, and then I'm doing this. Oh, it's a 4-hour trade. Green. Bonky. About 5 minutes. And I always have it extend lines right.
Mm-hmm.
Extended hours for the fibs, but I think during hours or
no, he meant extend the lines to the right, buddy.
Oh yeah, left to right.
Yeah.
And then one thing that I started getting kind of having a little bit of trouble with is like sometimes when you don't even use trading. Sometimes when I'm trying to move around, like I keep on clicking on a drawing or an indicator, and it like just keeps getting stuck as I'm trying to navigate the screen. Does that ever happen to you?
That might be a question for you, Chris.
What happened?
Have you used TradingView?
Yep.
Yeah, like do you ever get like you have indicators or drawings on the chart, and you're trying to move around, and like you keep getting stuck clicking on.
I hate that, dude. Yeah, I should ask Miguel and Mark. Like sometimes it glitches. I hate that.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Google's font size.
Weeble kind of does that to me sometimes too, dude. I get mad. Like I'll be drawing my fib and then or my trend line, and if you don't lock it, it'll drag the whole shit and glitch. I'm like, oh.
On Weeble, I have to make sure the cursor becomes an arrow instead of a hand, because if it becomes a hand,
exactly. That's the one that tricks me up every time the cursor changes to the hand.
What I do is get off of drawing mode. If you stay in drawing mode, then it changes back to just an arrow, and then you can just use. When you click on the screen, you should be able to drag the screen itself.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I do. Turn off drawing mode when you're not drawing anything. Let's see if anything pops out to me. I mean, all we need to know is tomorrow's bank earnings and it's Friday. So if it's Friday, prepare for the next week. Well, that's like this is like my trading strategy now. I probably open up maybe a spread or two going into next week, and we should just look to see if there's any important like data that might affect the market like today. Today's was the most impactful though. That's can't believe that's part of history. That's crazy.
I know, that's what I saw. Dang, you guys. I just saw somebody post on Twitter, like, if you bought SPX 0DTE at .05 and held, like, putting 2,000, you would have been a millionaire. Holy shit.
It's just, I mean, a lot of people were anticipating downside, which we got, but I was actually on the side that anticipated upside. That's why I didn't want to hold anything.
Was there, outside of the, like, did the chart say it was green, or was there positive news on the PPI or whatever event it was? It was one of those events, right?
CPI was today.
CPI,
we all knew it was going to be bad.
Was it positive?
No, it was higher than what they expected, which was bad, I guess.
How the fuck?
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
All good.
Okay.
What are you guys doing?
We're just discussing our plans for the day, but also what happened
okay.
with CPI.
Oh yeah.
Did that shit report like positive, or is just a chart that said like, "Yo, it's time to bounce"? Because I didn't play obviously today.
Bad.
Oh.
Yeah, it was bad, and then they just
Rip some faces.
they used this harmonic that was building that already had drawn.
Such a face ripping rally.
So they already knew like what they were doing. You know what I mean? Like it's just crazy, bro. Like how this shit was already like predetermined. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we could use the news to aid in the bias. I mean, because you're already drawing your lines, but then if you can use some news or like earnings or anything to influence that.
Yeah. Like it's always like good to pay attention to the news. Like I like learning like the chart stuff and the macro, you know, because it helps. Cause like
Look at futures, bro. This futures just now.
Breaking that trend line.
So it broke the trend line on my bigger harmonic.
Mm-hmm.
See this one?
Yeah.
So this trend line right here is from this one, from the big one. You see that?
Oh, so it's breaking the downside and continuation of upside.
It's from my X to B, right? The first step is breaking the trend line, right?
Yep.
For this pattern to be valid, we gotta break the trend line, and then next step is the neckline, which is up here. See this blue line?
Yeah.
At 38.82.
What are you looking at? US Mini?
What?
US Mini?
Features.
Yeah. But remember, are you on TradingView? Nice.
Yeah.
You have to pay for the extra data packages to get this live.
I know. I gotta stop being lazy and do that. That and the Weeble data, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, you're gonna get lag.
It's like 15-minute delay on the
15-minute
data.
delay. And so it's not real live. So make sure you get those extra data packages. You can. I'll DM them to you if you want me to, and that way you can just get them on your own. They're only like $2 each.
Okay.
But it's like a monthly thing.
Yeah.
But anyways, dude. So look, broke the trend line, right? And now it's completing this smaller one right now. My deep point is right here, this line, right? So once it breaks this horizontal line where the D is, it's safe to say that they're gonna go with this one, right?
Mhm.
So now what I expect, remember how I told you like there's always a 38 retracement, right?
Yep.
So we draw from our C to the D completion point, right? The 38 is back down here at 363, right? But there are times where the retracement doesn't happen if the algos are very like aggressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you guys remember, but like uh when we started going down, uh I think I still have that harmonic actually. Butterfly. Nope. Did I delete them? I think I might have. Yeah, for this one, this is a good one actually. So my completion ended here, but you see how it just went down?
Mm-hmm.
That's because of the algos were aggressively selling. So they jumped from one harmonic to the other. And they're allowed to do that.
All right. So in that case, like, so
So for example, like this, you know how I told you there's a 38 retracement?
mm-hmm.
Because we have another harmonic here, right? This one, and it just
Yeah.
broke the trend line. The 38 retracement necessarily doesn't have to happen because they can just jump ships. You know what I mean? They can jump from this
Mm-hmm.
harmonic to
And
this
do a
harmonic
new harmonic. Got you.
because this one is still valid, right? This is the D point. This one's about to complete, right? We're like
Mm-hmm.
really close, or technically it could already be completed, right? Um, but also it's always good to just be aware if it dips, you know that it's just retracing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So potentially it could go back down to 363 before we continue higher, right? So
Yeah.
it can actually do this, bro. It can actually do this, right? It can do.
What time frame is this?
1 hour.
I'm using the hourly right now, so it can do this. Watch, it can do something like this, right? Right, like this, and then not only did we hit the 38, right?
Mhm.
That's the retracement, but we also have our trend line here, right? And then we do that, right? It could do this.
So would that would kill the smaller harmonic, but
No,
the
no,
larger one?
the smaller one's already completed, bro.
Oh, got you, got you. Oh, so you're saying about the 38
The
retracement
38
move
retracement, yeah,
after?
yeah.
Got you. Okay.
Because look, right? This one's already done, right? My deep point is right here, and we're here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Technically, it can end right here because we are. Um, it should still be in the sevens. Yeah, see, 7 7. Yeah, it's like right there. So they can literally just complete it there.
Okay.
But I just have it over here because that's where just room for leniency, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now that they did this one, they're jumping into this one. And I can say that because we just broke this trend line. Earlier, we rejected it. Remember? Look at this. We rejected it, but we broke it. So now it tells me that, hey, the algos are on this big harmonic now. And it's not the big one yet. It's the big one's up here. I mean, the bigger one's down here. Right? You see that? So they can jump ship to the next harmonic too if they want to. But that's on the macro level. So we have this one, we have the other one, and then we have the smaller one. Right? So there's 1, 2, 1. So there's like 3 harmonics in this big one.
That's hourly?
I just switched to the 4-hour just now. Now this is the hourly here. But I just went to the 4-hour. The hourly here. And I'll go back to the 10. Let me hide the bigger one for now, since we're only focused on the smaller ones right now. Let me delete this fib. Don't need it right now. So now we already know the potential outcome of this, right? Hey, are you guys following along, or is it like confusing?
I'm making
Buffalo.
I'm making that same cipher on my end just to kind of.
This is futures, okay?
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
on ES1 exclamation.
Yeah, ES1, yeah, exclamation. Yep. So I can actually get rid of this now, right? Because we just completed this, so I'm gonna get rid of this trend line. I'm gonna keep the neckline just in case. And then what I like to do also on my harmonics is once they're completed, I'll just rename them. Excuse me. And then I'll just put complete, right?
Oh, that's cool.
So
So you
that
can
way,
save
that
it
way I
and
know.
that's done for that one.
Yeah. So now we're working on the medium-sized one here.
That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Like hide stuff and unlock it.
Yeah. This one was this mine? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think I'm getting a little closer to what you also said now.
See if I can actually lower the fucking Is it here? Oh, here we go. Yep. On the fill.
Ooh.
That way it doesn't, get in the way. Shit. At 25, yep. So this is the one I think they're gonna work with. 30-minute. So this line that I have here, that's my pattern completion on this one, right? What's my other
Okay.
line for? Okay. You see the C point here on this one? So I can actually just delete this line. I don't need it anymore. This pattern is no longer valid, but I'm gonna hide it. I'll delete it later. So right now I'm just cleaning up my charts here. But yeah, we broke this trend line just now. Neckline's up here. We just got a golden cross too.
Ooh.
Look at this. On the 30. So yeah, man, everything points up, right? We have SMAs pointing up. We have harmonics pointing up. We have Apple.
Dang, I like this system you had. Like, it's pretty much you check off pretty much as much. You have so many confirmations on either side, like with the ATR, harmonic, and fibs. That's cool.
We have Apple
Powerful.
that's either doing this pattern here, right? Or it's doing this pattern here, right? Either way, we still have room up, right? So there's literally only one way we're going right now, right? Everything's pointing up.
Mm-hmm.
At least until Apple reaches that 150, and then we decide what the hell we're gonna do.
Do you want me to put some of these notes in the floor, Miguel?
If you like to.
Yeah. That way, if you guys would look back on any of the potential trade ideas for the next few days or however long this is supposed to play
And
out.
you recording? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been recording this entire time.
Sheesh.
All
Okay.
right.
Miguel, so I see that you made the, one of those Onyx. It has like a point that you just used the neckline of the previous harmonic. The price hasn't actually reached there yet.
Wait, say that one more time, Knife. Sorry.
It's not there anymore, but you had another harmonic set out, and you had the C point was at a point that the price actually hasn't hit yet. But it was right in line with
On
the previous
futures or
B
or
point.
Apple?
Whatever's on right now, it's futures, right?
Yeah, this is futures right here.
Yeah, just a few moments ago, you had like a downward facing. Let me see which one it is.
Are you talking about my
Crab?
bigger harmonic?
It was a
What?
crab, like a crab. It was red.
Oh, that was on Apple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I switched over to Apple right here.
Yeah, there you go. That one. So that
So-
C point, like, how
On-
did you decide that C point there?
Oh, on this one,
Yeah,
this C point right here.
yeah.
Okay, so if you look at I think I posted it in the Discord. Let's see. Okay, yeah. If you go to charts, there's another harmonic chart that I have here. It's all in white. You see it? Go to charts. It's above the Bitcoin charts. It's
Okay, I
the
see
first
it.
one that I posted. Okay. So open that up and find a pattern that says bullish deep crab. It should be on the third row to the right, the third one in the row. You see that bullish deep crab?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me turn this off.
It's also in the pin messages if you need it for future reference, Knives.
Yeah. Okay. So deep crab says the X to the B has to be. You see how there's no range, right? It's literally just a value, right?
Plus you, Eric.
It's
Yeah.
886. So when I drew this a while back, and I got this value right here, 886, immediately it tells me that this is a leg from a bullish deep crab, because no other harmonic starts with the 886. You can look, you can go and see all the harmonics right now and see. Outside of the sharks, which are those are much harder, right? We and those are very, very rare. So we're not going to use those. So don't worry about the shark patterns, right? But if you look at all the other harmonics, the X to A is always either from like a 38 or like a 78 or a 61. The deep crab is the only one that has 88, right? You see the bullish deep crab and the bearish deep crab?
Yeah.
886, right? So what does this value say? 886, right?
Yeah.
So then, because we got this first point, all I did now is I projected the rest of the pattern, right? So it says deep crab, it can go from the 38 to the 886, right? And we did that earlier, remember?
Yeah.
This is the 38, and my 886 was up here. And that's why I said we can anywhere in this range, we can still count as a crab, right? This pattern will still be valid because the crab says the A to C could be from 38 to 886, right? But like I told you, we always want to go conservative. So and that's why I drew my line here. And then I drew one up here to signify my 886, right? And then finally, the D point is at the 1618, right? So if we go down, roughly around here, right? and it matches this fib that I have, right? And this fib is from when I drew from here to here, and this is just my extended projection. So if I want to, I can just fix it real quick, and you know, you just want to be as close as close as you can to the value. Now, do you see how I project my harmonics?
Yeah, because the ones that have like an exact value, you're able to find that point. Use the is it C point, the B point, right? To find the C
Exactly.
point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
So I didn't know this was what it's gonna be, but because I got this point, and in my harmonic charts, it tells me that a crab has that point, then I can assume, right? My thesis is that, okay, this is a potential pattern that can play out, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, when I drew this one, right? This is also a deep crab, right? So my X to my A is in the 8-8 range, right? So this is 8-6. I know it's not 8-8, but it's like almost there, right? It's very close. So I can make an exception, right? But what kind of solidified my pattern was this, right? So my A to C is 8-8-6. What does deep crab say? I have room from the 38 to the 8-8-6, right? And look what we fucking bounced off, bro.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. Jeez. Okay.
It's wild, bro.
Let's see. And what was your X point?
On which one?
April? On the larger time frame.
On the large? Yeah, it was all-time high. It was all-time high on Apple, which was back in January, and that was at the 180 price range. Yeah. So this is on the macro level. So if this turns out to play out, then we'll probably see this by like next March, maybe earlier, depending on how the momentum is. But that's just but all I care about is just knowing where the direction that we're gonna be going in the foreseeable future. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not about like trying to call an exact amount or anything. It's more about
a lot of
playing a
people
direction.
who play harmonic, they kind of find a pattern, and they'll be like, okay, I'm just gonna YOLO puts or calls because this is what the pattern says it's gonna do. Like, nah, man. Like, the market never owes you anything, bro. They can choose when or if they want to do it, if they don't want to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why it's best to play it level by level until we get the final break, right, of the neckline. Because that's the final piece that you need to say, hey, this is what we're gonna do. And that's the only time when you're like, okay, I can full port here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So bearish deep crab. That's bearish deep crab, you said?
Yeah. Both of these are crabs. Both of these are bearish. One of them is a bearish deep crab. One of them is a bullish deep crab, right? So the reason, I'm gonna tell you right now, the reason why the M is called bullish, even though we're going down, is because at the end of the pattern, we get a retracement, right? And the retracement of a down pattern is up, right?
Yeah.
So that's bullish. Same thing for a W, right? After a completion, we get a retracement, right? Since the completion is in a bullish uptrend, the retracement goes down. So that's why it's called bearish, right?
Yeah.
Because of after the pattern, it goes the other way. So that's why I think that
Hey Google, set a timer for
give me a sec, guys, hold on.
Gonna head up, my padres. That was a good session, dude.
All right, bro.
Cool.
All right,
See
bro.
you later,
Thanks
Chris.
again, Miguel.
I'll stick
I'll
around to
definitely
the
study
end.
the VOD. Cool. Thank you.
Yep, later, bro.
Catch you on
Good
Paddy.
night.
Oh wait, was this the 5 a.m. wick? I hate that wick. Yeah, it's always that stupid signal that I don't know if you noticed, but like always at 5 a.m. there's always that fucking just signal that just dumps and you're just like, what the hell just happened?
That wick is just way extended, right?
Yeah.
What the hell are you going on about over here?
Besides Netflix and Tesla stuff, so I'm gonna see if there's anything in the next week that we should look out for.
Yeah, we haven't even looked at any charts, bro. We've just been
No.
Yeah, I want to have a better understanding of what it is I'm looking for.
But now, yeah, that's the important part, bro. Yeah, let me go over some charts, man, real quick. Google's forming this pattern that I have here. Well, everything's kind of forming everything was in a W, so everything's going up right now. Damn, the siege is messed up right here. That's crazy.
Let's see, index of comments, inflation expectations. Existing home sales, October 20th.
Wait, Knives, you see this? Here's a perfect example. I had a fib from here to here, but today Amazon, not today, was it yesterday? We broke it. So now I delete this white one. I don't need it anymore. Because it made a new low. And on my downtrend fib, I just drag it down. And that's it. I don't have to edit anything else. Once you draw your long-term fibs, you're good, bro. Like the Tesla bounced off the fucking low from May. That's crazy.
Wow. I'm gonna go look at Tesla too. Still in a downtrend though, right? So.
Yeah, it is, but it just completed this M. And what happens after completion?
3.8 retracement or 38 retracement.
Yeah, and that leaves me at 247, and we are at 220 right now. So
that would break its trend channel too.
Yeah. Let's look at Meta.
So do you think like big upside on Tesla now? Or?
It just depends. Again, it depends on the market and what Apple decides to do.
Yeah.
But a good thing to do when it's shit like this, it's always good to find the best possible setup, right? For Tesla, let's look at Tesla. I think Meta also has a lot of potential to just fucking rip up. Because on the we have a bunch of gaps, dude. Look at this gap. If it ever gets back up here, dude. Let's see. And this one was a crucial level here. If we can get back above 137, I think Meta has a big chance to bounce back. It's just there's no patterns on it, like at least the ones that I can see.
We should keep an eye on
Bigger
Tesla
one.
going into next week because I mean their earnings are on the 19th, so 6 days from now. That's a Thursday, right? No,
Yeah,
Wednesday.
yeah.
They're on Wednesday. Their earnings is on Wednesday.
So Tesla today, actually, we closed above the 8.8. We closed below the 6.8. Look, we couldn't get past it, right? If you look at the notes of the fib notes, 618 says highly respected fib. Expect strong support or resistance here for a bounce. If the 61 is held, you'll likely head to the 38, right?
Yeah.
So tomorrow, our 38 from our green fib is I think it's up here. Yeah, it's up here at 296. So keep in mind these are our macro trends, right? These are our macro fib level. So if tomorrow we close above the 618 here at 222, chances are that we're gonna go much higher, and you can use that as risk, right? See what I'm saying? Because 618 is highly respected, right? It says highly respected fib, expect strong support resistance, right? So right now we're seeing strong resistance. If we break it, that should become support. So we can use this as risk on our entry. And honestly, I think tomorrow we might be able to hit 230
on Tesla. Ooh, that might be the
Yeah.
one to play.
But there's a gap. I mean, not a gap, but like there's room, right? And remember, the 11 is a launching pad, right? So if we get above the 61 and we hold and we push up and we break the 11 and we hold, we're gonna moon. There's nothing stopping us right here. Maybe some psychological resistance, right? We have the SMAs and the 1 hour. But look on the 2 hour, bro. The 2 hour, the SMA is curling up. 4 hour, we closed above the 10, bro. Look at that. Above the 200 here on the 15. Above, we just got a cross on the system today. Yeah, man. Everything's just looking bullish right now. So what you guys should do is find the best stocks with the best setups on the bullish side. You know? So for example, Apple was one of them, right? That's why I took 150 calls. And not only that, but because of our harmonic, right? Harmonic. It says we have at least minimum, we're gonna go here. We can go higher, but at minimum, we're gonna go here.
That's crazy.
Right? That was Tesla. We did Meta. I think. Damn, look at Microsoft, bro. Look at all these harmonics that I had drawn, dude. Like they all.
Did they all meet a C leg today or what? Or close to it?
Yeah, they all completed the C leg today.
That's crazy.
So Microsoft is actually a good one to play too.
I'm gonna add that to the list too. What was your take on Meta?
Meta. I didn't find any patterns, so. But it does have gap fills. You know what I mean?
Let's see. We were looking at Target and what else? Oh yeah, what about Netflix? How's Netflix? Oh, Netflix
Yeah,
jumped up today.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Netflix. I think we completed the pattern. Let me check real quick though.
They also have earnings next week, as a reminder.
So Microsoft, I'm actually looking to get into this one tomorrow too. Trend line.
That's crazy.
So
Put that there. And we draw a horizontal line. Yep, everything's fine.
bearish, deep crab, 1.618.
2, 3, 4, 7.
And look on Microsoft today, bro. We bounced off the 786. What does the 786 say on the notes? It says highly respected fib, common reversal area, right? Expect strong support or resistance here for a reversal and trend. So this was our current trend, right? We broke it. We based above it. So now what does it say?
Where we?
Common reversal area, right?
Yes.
So that means we're reversing this trend, right? So that means we're going to go up.
Mm-hmm.
16. So
on Microsoft, you can use this 786 here as risk.
Hold up
Let me lower the fucking opacity on this. Microsoft has room. If we're going on this pattern, we have to the 786 back to 259, bro. So right now it's a good time to go long, right? But of course, we're gonna see what happens in the morning, right? Because we have that bank and shit.
Yeah.
But everything's pointing up. At least for now, until Apple, like I said, until Apple sees here, and then why is my 15 moving, bro? The fuck?
What's your D point on your bearish deep crab on Apple?
Hold on. It's a little lower now. There you go. It is at 99.93.
Oh wait, no.
Oh,
isn't
my
there
my bearish. Sorry. It is up here at 216-ish.
216?
Yeah.
Okay, then this one's 195, 1.95.
What?
Your BD is 1.95.
Yeah. Don't worry about those values. Don't worry about it. All you care about is this, and this. So the X to A, right? The A to C, and the X to D.
All right, so the A to C, I have 0.902. Is that
902? Do you have extended hours on?
no?
Yeah, gone with extended hours.
So where do I go? Extended hours?
Down here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So put ATH. Yep. So whenever, like I said, whenever you draw harmonics and you draw Fibonacci, you always want to have your
Extended hours.
extended hours on. Yep, because you need that data.
Okay. And then yours is 912. Okay, yeah. So I have that 912 now.
Yep. Now remember also, when you are drawing a cipher, make sure you're using the cipher tool, okay? Because it will give you completely different points. Everything else, you use the XABCD tool. The other one, cipher, is only for the cipher. Okay.
Okay, so then let me see. What's your XB?
XB is 867. 0.867.
Like 867.
Yeah. I'm just fixing my my other fibs on my other tickers. Cause everything made a new low today. I'm gonna look at Netflix real quick, okay, guys?
Let's check out Netflix.
Yeah. I did not look at it at all today.
It looked like it went
But
really
this is the
high.
pattern I had.
It already went to the upside. Well, I mean, so did everything else, but I'm looking at with you.
Yeah. I had so let's see. 272. We bounced off this one. So that's crazy. What line is this that I have here? Is this my one? Oh yeah, it is my 113. That's crazy, bro. Sheesh. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, and it completed this harmonic already. That's crazy. So the completion was here. But remember how I said if there's enough momentum, it can just like run it through, right? And that's what it did. Because at the 786, you see this line that I have here, the blue line? That was my exit, right? That's the pattern completion. So that usually means there's a 38 retracement. But because the momentum was so strong, it just burst through it, right? So you kind of have to, like, when you are playing like the C to D, you have to also take the market momentum into consideration. If they're strong selling or they're strong buying, chances are we're just gonna go past that D point, right? So anyone who took calls here at the bottom,
Yeah.
they got out here. I don't like, this is the safest place to get out, right? Because it's the completion. And then you reload, take it up.
Big move.
Yeah. So let me delete all these lines now. I don't need this one. Don't need this one. Don't need this one. I think I'm gonna delete this pattern too because it already just burst through it. Yeah, I think this one's also done. Even though we didn't finish it, we were gonna go down here. Remember how I told I was looking at 205, 206 for Netflix?
Yeah, it got close.
It did. It got pretty close. But because it went back up and it broke the neckline and the trend line, now this pattern is invalidated. But I mean, it was still a good play. It went pretty much all the way there, you know. So I'm gonna delete this B point. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this.
On the 38 retracement, Miguel, does that mean is it already starting a new harmonic, or is that just the rule of the pattern completion?
Yeah, it's a rule. Okay, so you know how like on the Bitcoin charts that I have on the Discord, each harmonic ends with an arrow pointing up or down.
Okay.
Right. So depending on what kind of pattern it is, if it's a bullish or a bearish, then it'll retrace to that 38. So if it's a bullish harmonic, then it'll retrace to 38 to the upside, or if it's bearish, then it'll retrace 38 to the downside. You know what I mean?
Okay.
When we're talking about the fib level that's retracing, that's specifically from the X to A,
C to D, always C to D.
C to D,
C to D, yeah.
but we don't know the D point yet.
After completion,
after completion. Right? Yeah. After completion. Okay.
So after completion, you draw your C to D, and then the 38 it'll retrace at minimum, right? So after that, it can do whatever it wants. So that's why it's best to so say you're playing your completion pattern, right? And then you jump in on either puts or calls depending on the pattern completion. Then you take that put or call to the 38 and then you get out. Because at that point you don't know what it's gonna do. It already did everything that was programmed to do. Now it's just in like no man's land, right?
Grab, very steep grab.
Fuck was this one?
86.
Oh, this is where I got faked out that one time. Ooh, what's this one?
Big boy.
Oh yeah, this is still.
That's still in
Oh,
play.
this is my bat. Yeah, this is still in play. This is my bat. And actually, I'm trying to keep this trend line here.
So when you're making, even if you're making a harmonic on a big time frame, you go to the small time frames to pick the exact like highs and lows, right?
You mean Fibonacci? Or
Both.
so okay, so when I draw my harmonics on the large time frame, right? It's always good because it's on the macro, right? It's on the large time frame. The patterns will take longer to complete, right? So you want to go to the shorter time frame to see if you see any other patterns forming inside this harmonic. So you can play that while also keeping the bigger pattern in mind. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Okay, so for example, like when I drew this, right? When I drew this, I also had that other M that I just deleted. Remember? I think it was like, which one was it? It was like this one, I think. This M that I had here. So you always want to start from the larger time frames and then work your way to the smaller time frames and see what you can find, because most oftentimes, like the bigger time frames, harmonics will take a little longer to complete rather than the shorter time frames, right? That's why on futures, right? I turned off the macro ones, right? I turned off this one, right? And I turned off what's the other one? Oh, this one that just completed, right? So if we go on the shorter time frame, right? You see how there's a W inside this W inside the bigger W, right?
Yeah.
This is a 10-minute, right? So this one just completed just a couple minutes ago. Look at that. That's crazy.
Ooh.
Look at that. Rejection right at the fucking line, bro. Come on now. Come on now. Look at that. Like, what? What? What?
It's crazy.
Right? This is live, bro. This is live right here. So if someone's playing futures right now and they're fucking playing calls and they're like, wait, what happened? Right?
Yeah.
So we have to keep in mind that after a pattern completion, there's a 38 retracement, right? From the C to D, right? So we draw our fib from our C to D, right? So if this dips, right, I'm not surprised. I won't be surprised if it dips because we just completed a harmonic, and after completion, there's a 38 retracement, and the 38 it lands at the 363, right? I literally just drew my line right now, right? You guys saw that, right? So if I delete it, right, there's no fibs right now, but if I add it, my 38's right here, right? But like I said, if there's enough momentum, they can jump from one harmonic to another, right? And because we just broke this trend line on my medium-sized harmonic, you see this? See this trend line? That's from this bigger one, and we broke the trend line, right? So now, to me, it tells me that hey, we're jumping from this smaller one to this medium-sized harmonic, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Like it's now following the trend of the bigger one, but
Yeah.
some of the direction of the trends overlap, so it's able to.
Exactly, because everything's pointing to the same direction, right? It's the same pattern, but like on a smaller time frame, right? And then I have the
Yeah.
big one, right, which is up here, right? You see how I have my trend line here, and then there's another trend line here. So it's like step by step you want to take it. So that way, the risk is minimal, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So I'm gonna turn off the bigger ones right now and just keep the small time frame ones that just completed. So this one just completed. That way I can see the candles a little better. Okay. So now there's two scenarios, right? The first scenario is we retrace, right? Because this smaller pattern just completed, right? So we have room to retrace back down to the 38. If you draw your fib from here to here, you'll get the value, right? That's one scenario. The next scenario is we come down, but because we cracked this trend line that we couldn't break, we bounce off it, right? That's the other scenario. We bounce off it and we go to the bigger harmonic, to the medium sized one, right? You understand? You understand?
Yeah.
Like my
I understand that. Yeah. So we don't know yet if we've seen the completion of the smaller harmonic, so it's going to reverse the way that the end of each of these patterns. We don't know if that's going.
Well, okay. So for a fact, we know it completed, right? Because look, right, we reached our destination, right? Cipher says we end at 786, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where we ended, right? And the fact that we fucking rejected it tells me that hey, this pattern is done, right? But because we have another harmonic, a bigger one, and we broke the trend line of it, it's kind of like an option select, right? We have two scenarios where we can't lose. We have the retracement, right? So we're gonna see what it does here when it comes to test this trend line. Because remember when you break support or you break resistance, it becomes support or resistance. You know what I mean? So because we broke this resistance here, right? Look, we rejected it twice, right? We finally broke it like 30 minutes ago, right? So I expect the trend line now to be resistance, right? But look how it's look how it's coming down. This is already like expected. We already knew this was gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
Because after every pattern completion, there's a potential 38 retracement. So we have to keep that in mind, right? So the right way to do this, if I was playing this right now, I would draw my fib from my C to my D completion point, right?
Then you would take a play on reversal.
Like right here, I would wait, right? Because this is a particular scenario where, like I said, we broke this trend line on the bigger harmonic. So the best thing to do is wait and see what it does at this trend line, right? If we break it, we can take puts because we can infer now that okay, now it's retracing to the 38, right? At minimum, right? It could keep going lower, but at minimum, it's gonna hit this, right?
Yeah.
So right now, like you would wait and see what it does. If it bounces off this trend line, then you take calls because
it's respecting the bigger.
Yep, and not only is your trend line your support now, you also have this 11 here acting as support as well. So now your risk is if it breaks below this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
becomes an if-then scenario. If we hold here, we take calls. If it breaks, we take puts. Simple, right?
Yeah. I got it now. I got it.
So now we just wait. We literally just wait. We just wait and see what it does. This is already completed. That's why we renamed it to complete it. And now we just focus on this bigger one and see what it does now. So now the next scenario is, okay, what if, let's say, what if, you know, earnings, I mean, not earnings, but like whatever the bank data tomorrow comes out and it's bad, right? What happens? Well, do we have any harmonic that points to the downside right now? We have, I guess, the bigger one, right? Because let me hide it. So look at your cipher Bitcoin chart, right? The C says from 113 to 1414, right?
On which one?
The cipher on the Bitcoin charts, right? Take a look at the W on the cipher. The A to C says it can be from 113 to 1414. You see that, right?
I'm pulling it up again.
You guys see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
113 to yeah, the A to C. Yeah.
Yeah, 113 to 1414, right? Right now on this medium-sized harmonic, our A to C is at 116, right? So we are in the range. But if we dump tomorrow, this pattern is still valid, right? Because our C can go as low as the 1414, which is my line right here that I have down here. You see the line?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All the way down.
So if we dump, I won't be surprised because this pattern, this C can still go all the way down because the cipher says we can go all the way to the 1414, right? Which is like right about here, right? More or less, right?
And then you put that C there by kind of going to like the higher range of that 1. Cipher 1.13 to 1.1414.
Yeah. So what I would do here, right, is you saw how I dragged it down and I got this value, right?
Yeah.
The 1414 whatever. So now what I would do is I would get a horizontal line and just put it at the seat completion. And this line tells me, hey, this pattern has room to go all the way to this line, right? But because, like I told you guys, we always want to be conservative when we come to our harmonics. We always go with the most conservative point, just in case, you know, it decides to complete at that point. Because, say for example, someone who just kind of wants to shoot for the moon, right? Their C point, they would have drawn it all the way down here, right? And they're waiting for it to hit here. But the cipher says, hey, I can complete here and still be valid, right? Because we are within range of the 113 and the 1414. You see this value here, 116. We're above 113, right?
Yeah.
So you got to keep all this stuff in mind, right? It's all option selects, right? There's okay, if we dump, I have room to this line. This is as far as I think it can dump before we reverse, right? If it breaks this, then there's this other cipher, the bigger one, right? So this bigger one tells me that I have room all the way, because it's also a cipher, it has room to down here, right? So we take another horizontal line and we just put it on our chart. That way we just know that if we break my other C point on the medium sized harmonic, then chances are we're gonna go to we're now using the bigger one. You know how I told you we can jump from harmonic to harmonic?
Yeah.
So they can do that. They can just be like, okay, we dump, right? We dump, and then our medium-sized harmonic says, okay, this is as far as I can go before I reverse, right? But if it breaks it, then that medium-sized harmonic becomes invalid because we broke that last line of defense, right? There's no other range it can go. So now we're jumping to our bigger harmonic that says, hey, I can go all the way to this line before we bounce. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why I like drawing my extended potential projections in case we get a dump or a rally, and then I can be like, okay, like, this didn't catch me off guard because the pattern says that we still have room to do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, so I did get what's your X to B on the larger time frame?
All-time high to this A here, and then our B point, which is August 16. And then our C point is our most recent low that we just had on the big time frame, right? On the macro one. So go to the 4 hour. Go to the 4 hour, and
I
then
was using the C point, the X point from Tuesday, September 12th.
okay. So you're using so you're on the medium size harmonic. Okay. So you're using this one right now. Hold on. You're on this one. You're on this medium size one right here. Yep. So this X one is from what did it say? September 13th. September 13th. Huh?
Yeah, I'm on ES1. Yeah, we're on the same one, right?
Yeah. So the medium sized harmonic, the most immediate one is from Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, September 13th. Yep. That's my X. My A is at October 2nd. My B is the highest, which is I think was October 5th. Right? Yeah, October 5th. This one right here. Yep. And then the most recent low, which was today. And then our D, we just write it up until we get the value, like, or as close as we can to 786, right?
786. But what's the B? The BD has to be cipher BD 1.272 to 1.618.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that point. Only worry from the X to A, and the A to C, and the X to D. The B to D, don't worry about those values. Those are like, you just disregard those.
BD and XD. Oh, no. I do.
Yeah, XD, you need it. XD, right? Which is
Yeah.
the 786, right? But the BD, you don't need it.
Okay.
Just ignore the values. Just make sure you okay, take a picture of this or write it down. You want this value, and this value. This one, you don't need it.
It's a funny picture.
787 on the top.
Huh?
You got what?
Well,
what is that on?
Uh,
787.
yeah, that's because I couldn't get it to hit 786.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
but you
alright,
you
then.
want to get as close as you want, you know, because sometimes you won't get the exact value, so you have to just get as close as you can. Also,
Yeah.
because this is a cipher, make sure you're using the cipher tool, bro.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Remember
But
that.
for
That's
the the other ones, I have to use the crab
the
tool, right?
XABCD.
So we need 5, just go off. And then 1.116. Yeah, all right. I think I got it. Okay. And then I go into the smaller time frame. We'll make another one. 412, 116, 786.
Yeah, so just make sure that these three values are always like either
Within that range.
either close to it or the exact values, whatever it says on the harmonic charts. Okay.
Okay.
The more you play harmonics, the more experience you'll have at being okay. You'll be like, okay, you know, this passes or no, you know,
Yeah.
because there will be times where like, you'll be off by like a 0.00 or something, you know, or like a 0.1. You can still use that.
Okay, all right. It's clicking a bit. Definitely clicking.
Yeah, it's literally just connect the dots and you know, just match the values to it. Wait, did I delete any fucking horizontal lines? Oh yeah, no. Cool. Okay. So look at that. We're bouncing off the 10 here. And like I said, this is also fine, right? Because we broke the trend line on this harmonic, on this bigger one, right? So now all we got to do is get over this horizontal line, and then it's blue skies, right? We completed this harmonic here, this little one, right? But once we get over the D point, that's where you can start taking calls, or if we retrace and bounce off this trend line, you know? That's why I said right now it's just better to, like, if I was playing this, I would just wait. I would wait to see what it does. If we retrace, good. If we break above this, good. Either way, I am just waiting until we decide where we want to go, right? So yeah, tomorrow, man, it depends on how banks thing go. We have our horizontal downside, so we know how far we can dip before we reverse.
Then when we're doing like the intraday fibs, basically we're starting from to yesterday's lows, right?
So because right now we're on an uptrend, you can draw your fib from the lowest, the most recent low to our most recent high, which just happened, or you can draw
From that B to C.
from that B to C exactly. You can draw two fibs here. You can draw this fib from high to low here, and then you can draw another fib from low to high. But you're mostly going to be using the B to C, right? Because it's still in this range. This one that you draw from the C to up here, it won't be as good because if it breaks high up there, you're just gonna have to keep dragging up, dragging up, dragging up. You know what I mean? Whereas if you use this one, the B to C, right?
Yeah.
So let me draw it right now. B to C. Let me change the color to white. So with my white fib that I just drew, look, we're basing above the 618. What does the 618 say? Highly respected fib. Expect strong support or resistance here for a bounce. If the 61 is held, you'll likely head to the 38. Where's our 38's down here, right? But because it's opposite, right? That means we're going up.
Golden zone.
You see what I mean? Exactly. Yeah. What the famous YouTubers say. Golden zone. Right?
Woo, woo.
This is where the YouTube folks add right here. Because it's holding, right? This is support. So our thesis for calls is pretty strong right now, as long as the 61 holds, right?
Yeah.
So if I was playing this right now, right, if this was like institutional hours and shit, I would wait, and then I would add here. This would be my risk. If it breaks below the 61, then I'll just get out, and now take puts. Why? Because this becomes resistance, right? And remember, we still have that 38 retracement that we still haven't done, right?
On the pattern completion of the previous
exactly.
cycle, right?
So you have to keep in mind. You have to keep all that in mind. You have to be like, okay, we haven't gotten our retracement yet, right? If we break below this fib here, chances are we will go to the 38, right? Because the 61 says if the 61 is held, you'll likely head to the 38, right? So if we break below it and we hold this as resistance, then chances are we're going to go to 38. And not only that, our pattern completion says after every completion, we do a minimum of a 38 retracement, right? You see how all these like pieces kind of fit together?
Yeah, I'm putting a line on horizontal on my.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to keep this fib here. This is a good fib to have right now. This is our most recent high. Sure, it's right. Yep.
Covers a really big range.
Mm-hmm. A good fib to have, and not only that, we are in a crucial zone right now, 61. So if we hold here, we base, we're gonna go to the 78. And that's also another. What happened?
You said if we hold, because right now it's kind of at that resistance 618, but if it breaks through, it's likely that it's going to go all the way to 786, right?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Like right now, we're testing resistance at 618, 3698.50.
Yeah, well, this is support now, right? Because we broke it, right?
Oh, okay, so we broke it, and now if it falls through that support, and
yeah, so if it falls below this, now we have the trend line to worry about, right? Where it can bounce, and if it breaks the trend line, then chances are we are gonna do the 0.38 retracement, right?
Yeah, I think my trend lines look a little different. What price do you have the trend line at now? Right now.
This trend line.
Yeah.
This is from the medium size harmonic. So this is from our X to our B. But I have log on. Remember, I use log when I draw my trend lines, so I get a much cleaner line. It'll change it drastically. So if I have log off, look, you see how it kind of just.
Yeah, I see. I'm adjusting it now. I just don't. I'm not sure. I mean, I see how it helps. I just don't know what it's even doing. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's you see how that's a big change, right? So
yeah.
So look, I'm gonna show you why it's very important to have log
Yeah,
to draw your lines.
I'm doing it on the like I zoomed out on the 10-minute and I'm turning it on and off and it's like dramatic.
Yeah. So
'Cause you can see when specific points like what was this?
let me
Couple
show you
hours
this
ago?
example right here, right? So I have
Yeah.
it off. I have it off, right? So you broke this trend line, right? Quote unquote, right? You broke it, but then you like you stopped here, right? But if we turn on log, see, this is the actual thing that happened.
Yeah.
Whereas if you have it off, it's a fake out. You know what I mean? You broke it, so you took calls, but then you dumped, and you're like, what the fuck? And it didn't even hold, right? So if you have log on, you wait, you never broke it, right? So you don't even take early calls. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
On this break, that's when you would have taken calls, right? Because this is the actual break. Yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't found YouTube videos on it as well when it comes to like shit like this. This is very important stuff, and I feel like no one knows about it.
Yeah, the thing is like you're explaining like technical aspects of things that I've experienced. Like there's a name and an explanation as to patterns in the chart that we see every day that we already know.
Yeah.
Like, you
dude,
know,
it's all like when you look at a ticker and you see the candle and the price action, you always have to ask yourself what happened. You know, like why did we stop here? You know, why did we reject? Why did we pump? Why did we hold? There's always an explanation. Like it's not random. Nothing's random in the market, bro. Except like fucking like penny stocks, right? Because you can pump those. But when it comes to like large caps and like institutional money, like the big money, like there's no coincidence. You know, everything is like designed, and that's what makes it. How do I say it? People like us. That's how we can actually make money. You know what I mean? Like if you don't know any of this shit, you're just gonna cry and be like, "Oh yeah, we got fucking pumped." Like today, bro. Like today, how many people were crying that oh yeah, what the fuck, we pumped on CPI, like fucking we had terrible CPI, yada yada. But we as harmonic players, right? We know that hey, this is just the harmonic that was finishing, right?
yeah.
So this pump was not random. This was already designed, right? Before today, right? So if we fucking go here, right? When I had drawn this, right, my C was already here, right?
Yeah.
So when we pumped, I had an explanation as to why it happened, right? Right. So we do the candles.
You want to take them out?
Look at that.
Thanks.
Right. This is bam. Look at that. We dumped right to the fucking point, bro. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not random. And look at that. And then just now, like, you know, like about an hour ago, we just completed it. Right? Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. We reject it. Right?
Yeah. And now we're waiting to see if it's going to start following
The other one, yeah.
completing the pattern of the
Now we're gonna go, because we completed the smaller one, now we're focused on the big one. And we just go from there, man. Like here, I think it's a good idea to long, like depending on tomorrow, right? Depending on tomorrow, because depending on what we do at open and what the banks do, remember our C can end all the way up here, right? And then we have another C from the bigger harmonic, right, that I have here, that ends here, right? So if we dump these are the levels that I'm gonna be looking out for. However, if everything's fine and dandy, then you can long calls. You can take like a month or 2 months out and just don't worry about it, right? Your first and then this is where the Fibonacci comes into play, right? Remember how I told you Fibonacci tells you your levels and where you should exit?
Yeah.
So my fib says this is one level to look out for. So if I took calls on this break, this is where I would scale out. If we break it and base above it, I'll reload calls and then take it to the next level and then to the next level. You know what I mean? It's just that way you secure your profit, and then you'll also do not miss the move. Right? Because if you just go and you hold calls expecting this C to D completion, right? So you hold calls expecting for this to complete. What if it doesn't? You know what I mean? What if it doesn't? Because it doesn't, the market doesn't owe you shit, right? They can do whatever the fuck they want. So they can go halfway and just dump it. And then you'll be like, what the fuck? You never secured profits. You know what I mean? It can go like, we could go here and you're holding, and then it comes back down and you're like, okay, now I'm going to hold because, we still have to go to the D. And then it just goes lower and you're just holding. And then at this point, you're just losing, right? You're in a losing trade now. But if you had scaled down here, right, or you took profits here and you were waiting to reload, you're sitting pretty, right? Because not only did you take profits, but now you also have a chance to reload again. Because this pattern would still be considered, whereas the other person, he's just kind of living off hopium. You know what I mean?
Right. So then we're making new fibs because our midterm, not long term, but midterm from the previous high to now, like a new low was created. So we're drawing a new fib from that December high to now, right?
The December high. Wait, on futures? So these are my fibs on futures, right? I have, let's go to my daily. I have my long-term fib, which I think was from like super back when. And then I have, hold on, I should actually go to my SPX because that's where I have my real shit.
All the lines.
Yeah. So on SPX, right, I have for my COVID low, I have one from my W that's right here. It's almost the same one from UPRO, right? Because UPRO follows SPY and SPY follows SPX, right? So it's pretty much the same shit.
Yeah.
Then I drew my fibs, my fib from my all-time high to the most recent low. Then I'd have another one from like one of the C legs on one of the M's here. You can go to the 4 hour. Let me get a 1 hour. Yeah.
There's a key in there and you didn't see it?
Nah, there's a lot of stuff in there. That's why. So I grabbed all the
So
stuff and.
you see how I'm drawing like my fibs from the C legs of my M's, right? There's another one here and there's another M here.
I already know what it is. I told you.
I know it looks messy as shit, but once we like zoom in, that's when we can see the levels and shit.
Oh, yeah. You were alright.
And I actually have to edit these because we just made new lows today. So we just drag it. See?
Okay. All right, so I just did that on mine also.
Might as well see if my spy lines up with all this.
Yeah, just practice. I advise you guys to just go on like all these large cap tickers and just fucking chart them out from scratch. Draw your fibs. Start on the 4 hour. Go to the 4 hour. Go to the 1 hour.
And drawing the lines is like, even if it's a ticker I don't trade myself, or if someone asks me about it, I'll just chart it. So that way, at least
Yeah.
I'll know for them.
Exactly.
Yep. Just always get into the habit.
Man, we bounced off like right at the 0.5 of the long term COVID one.
I mean, my assessment going into today was I know that usually on the weekly, it once it like the 200 SMA on the weekly, that's always gonna bounce it. So what happened today is what I would look at.
Mm-hmm.
We touched it, but it bounced off of it intraday, and it met it as support.
Okay, so this one completed. Let me delete this one.
You can see SPY on the weekly.
Let me delete this one. Delete this line. This one. It completed, so I'm just gonna rename it. Complete. I like keeping them for a little bit after completion, just in case, just to look back at. Yeah. But I do delete the horizontal lines and the trend lines because they confuse the shit out of me sometimes. Let's see this one. Yeah, this is SPX. Okay, this is the one that we're gonna use. So, what is this one? Okay, this one's done too. Done. I'm actually gonna get rid of all these horizontal lines down here. Delete. 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 One hour. Well, actually, I'm gonna draw my 141. Is it this one? Yes, sir. I already have it. Look at that. Let me make sure it's right on it. And that's just to tell me that, hey, I can go, I can still go lower if I wanted to, right? But for now, we draw that to our C point, and then we draw this to the 786 because that's where the cipher completes, and then we just lock it, right? This cipher completed. Oh no, this is the one that's working right now. Tomorrow morning. Okay. Where is? Oh yeah, no. Futures is like around. Where's futures right now?
It was above that trend line, no?
Yeah, futures is over here, 370. Remember that futures has different, slightly different data than SPX because SPX only works during institutional hours.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
fucked up.
So yeah, I think this is good for now. We have our point, we have our D, we have our B. I'm gonna draw a line up here just so I can know this is a completion point. Let me make this slightly more visible. 20, yeah. Okay, so going into tomorrow, we're just gonna focus on the smaller one, which is this one right here. But because we don't know how the market's gonna take the bank sentiment, I'm gonna draw my other horizontal line on this one, right? Because Cypher says we can go all the way to the 1414, right? And this is 1414, 1414, right?
Nice.
Lock it. Okay. That way, in the morning, we're not surprised. So for SPX, we have all of our TA ready. Let's make sure that we do not have any. Okay, nope. We're good here. Daily.
Me too.
This is just okay.
Yeah, I'm cleaning up all my fields right now, setting up the intraday ones.
Yeah. So look, I have one fib from all-time high, right? I have a fib from this M here, right? And then I have another fib from this M, right? Here. And then I have this fib from this M, right? You see that? These are the only fibs that I have. And then I can draw an intraday fib from our B to our C. And I'm gonna make that white. Let me make that smaller. And then we have our fibs for tomorrow. And look at that. We reject the 618 today. Look at that. I just drew this fib, bro. I literally just drew this fib.
Damn.
618. Yep. We completed this pattern, right? And it never did the retracement yet. It hasn't done it. So tomorrow, I also have to keep that in mind, right? We like you have to put all the variables on the table, right? If the bank sentiment is not taking good, then we go down, right? And it makes sense because we still have the retracement, right, which we haven't done, and our C says we can go lower, right? So that move will be justified. You guys know what I'm saying? It's not random.
Right.
So we won't be caught off guard if anything happens, because we have to keep that in mind. Hey, we haven't retraced yet. We haven't done our pattern retracement. So if we dump, that's also what they're doing. They're retracing it, right? And at the same time, because we're playing in a cipher pattern, we still have room to go down. We have room to go here. And if we break this, our bigger harmonic says we can go all the way down here. You know what I mean?
The babies are fake.
Yep.
Well, I think I have my main tickers all charted out, so I'm gonna just wait on some moves. I'm not gonna jump into anything at the open.
Yeah, let's look at. Did I do? Oh yeah, I already fixed this. Nvidia.
I'm excited to see what they show though.
Yeah. Did we go over Netflix or not?
Netflix, I feel like we did because it made a really big move today.
Oh yeah.
I think you said it completed a pattern completion, no?
Oh yeah, it did, and then it retraced. Yep. Yeah, dude. Nvidia hit 108. That's crazy.
It's extremely low. Let me look at
What
that.
a fucking move, bro. What the hell?
NVDA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like when it's like either bullish or bearish, you gotta find the best setups to get the best, you know what I mean? Like Nvidia was one, Microsoft was one. Did you see Microsoft? Jesus Christ.
MSFT.
Oh yeah, Microsoft was a huge move.
And this is a huge move for Microsoft because it moves like a fucking turtle.
That's what? It's
This is Apple.
about like less than $20, but still that's a big move.
Yeah, and Microsoft contracts are really cheap too. Yeah, I think we went over Netflix. What did I say about this pattern? Oh yeah, it's still kind of valid. This is a bat. That's great. The only way this pattern becomes invalid is if we make a new high.
Really?
If we make a new high, then this becomes invalid and it potentially turns into a cipher, right? Because cipher says the C leg is longer than the A. So if we make a new high, then that'll be
That's the end of that one.
but yeah, and the end of this one and potentially the cipher happening. Cody, what are you? Let me fucking hide this. I don't need it right now. 30. Is it making? Oh yeah. This was a. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is here. I think we'll get more data tomorrow.
What do you mean? Wow.
IWM. There's another good one to play if you don't play SPY.
Wait, what? How did you know that I asked you?
Cheap contracts too.
The Russell 2000.
QQQ.
When my ultimate fan.
Oh, it's also course too.
You want to know my spring chickens? And 27 years old.
Dude, SPX closed at highs. My God, that's crazy. Oh, Apple closed at highs. Excuse me.
Oh, hell, I think it's sad. Well, my first round. What do you guys have? Yeah, this seems good. SPY. I don't even know why I chart SPY when I just I just chart SPX all the time.
I mean, I still play SPY too, so I mean, I chart that one.
Yeah, I play SPY too, but I base it off SPX because it follows SPX. You know.
It's funny. I do it the opposite. I base SPX off of SPY whenever you guys mention it. I just move the decimal a couple to the left.
Oh, I see. Careful doing that because yeah, it'll burn you. Like sometimes like the fibs on like SPY or the harmonics will end sooner on SPY, and you'll be like, "What the hell?" But that's because it completed on SPX. Like this is a good example here, right? Let me see if I had a harmonic here somewhere. No, I didn't. These are completions. Yeah, this one went out the window.
Noticing that the Apple rejected the 1.618 off of oh, never mind. That was a high to low.
Yeah.
The previous high to low.
Here's the. Was this a butterfly? Let's see. Yeah, this was a butterfly. Okay. So look, this is actually kind of crazy. So this pattern here, the butterfly says it ends at the 1272, or it has room to the 1618. So this is where it could have ended all the way over here. I mean, it's just, this is still technically in play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, 786. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this here just in case. And that would make sense, right? Because this is 333 futures, right? We have, look at that. We have one potential C leg over here at the 3322, which translates roughly to 333 on SPY, right?
Yeah.
You see that? So,
Maybe they're saving that move for the Fed meeting.
yeah, so this is not out of the question. So I'm gonna put that there.
We have to deal with it, not run from it.
Yeah, I think that's it for now on SPY. How are my fibs doing? We break anything? No, not yet. So if we break this low here, my starting point on this W, then I delete this fib, right? But we haven't gotten there yet. It's at 322. Let's go back to SPX. And then also, I really like turning off like everything and just looking at the indicators as well. Do I have a W here is that one of my bigger ones?
I'm talking to mother load. Mother.
Oh, here we go. Wait, it's not that one. Wait, do you guys see this W? That could potentially happen too?
I see.
From here. You see this?
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
I mean,
So I'm gonna draw my harmonic from the C leg on this M. You guys see the M that was here?
yeah.
I'll show you right now. Seven cipher. Oh no, this one doesn't fit the cipher because I'm already getting a 7.5. Hold up, let me delete it.
You're looking for 886, right?
No, so cipher says X2A needs to be between 38 and 61. That was at 75. So that was way off. Let's try from here. Okay, that's slightly better. Yeah, let me make sure I have the right points. Okay. B.
Dude, I called my bank yesterday and I was like, hi, I deposited my
No, it's still still a little too high. But I'm gonna leave it on just in case. 1414 around here. Right. Yeah. 322. What did we just say about 322?
322. That was like a low point, or it could go as low as that. I think is what you said.
how much they let me overtime.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But you were doing that. This is on SPX. You were doing it on Spy.
Okay. Got it. Okay. That still fits the cipher. Okay, so the only thing that I don't like about this is this one. You see how it says 688? Cipher says it could be between 38 and 69. But because we're still in the six, I will still keep it. So I will still acknowledge it, right? 786. Lock that. Okay, so I'm gonna hide this. Where's this one?
They took $800 out of my paycheck for all of that.
That's stay away. I think I was actually playing the down ready to make my job better. I really like my job. I really like
I think it's because
yeah,
I was trying to fucking make the other one this.
a 30-minute break. Oh yeah, friends.
Big point. Yeah.
What happened?
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't say it. Yeah, so there's this.
You see how this big cipher on the macro from the all-time high fits better than this one that I just drew?
Yeah, from that other impulse one.
Yeah, because everything matches, right? This especially this, right? So that's why but it's still good to like, what does this one end? Hold on, give me a sec. So this one ends at, what is this level? Okay, 453, yeah. This one ends at 440. Okay, like yeah. 4391. Yeah. I'm still gonna keep the other one, even though it's even though the first leg is a little off. Because everything else fits, right? So we have the C leg, this fits. If this was a 7, a 0.7, I would say no, right? You saw how when I drew it from here, it was like 7.5 and I said no.
Yeah.
But because it's still in the 6, and Cypher says we can go to the 618. This is 688. We're off by like 0.7, right? So like
0.07.
0.07.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still acknowledge this. Right?
Is that X off of April?
This X is off of March, like March 30th, I think.
Yeah, March 20. Yeah.
Yeah, the highest point in March, 29.
And your B is August 16th, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I have that B, that same AB, but I'm using all-time highs as an X. I mean, is there much of a difference? Because that...
No, I have that same one, right? Look, I have that same one. I'm using, see?
Yeah. Because it's on the trend line. Like that other
Yeah.
point in March was right on the trend line.
Yeah. But you also, the reason why I drew the other one too was because you have to acknowledge other potential patterns, right? So, for example, like had I not drawn the one that I literally just drew, right? And we're playing off of, and if we were playing off of the other one, the macro one that we have, right? Our D point says we end up here, right? So what would have happened, right? If we took calls off the break and we were hoping for the D point to be up here, right? Because we were playing this one. But there's this other potential one here that can still, happen. So what would have happened if we took calls, but then it just dumped once it got to the deep point, right? We would have been like, what the fuck happened, right?
Yeah.
Because we were expecting this. We were expecting up here, right? So we took calls and we're expecting to go up here.
But the pattern completed at that lower D point.
Exactly. We would. So it's always good to acknowledge other potential patterns. That way you're not caught off guard. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
That way you're just cautious, you know? Even though like this is a little off by like 0.07, and this one fits the bill, the bigger one, they can literally still use this one because it's still kind of valid, right? It's still in the 6 range. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna hide this one because I already drew my points and stuff. I should actually draw my D point though, just so I know. Let me draw a horizontal line there, and then just hide this one, and just keep this one. Keep the smaller time frame one that we're working on right now, and then this one on. And then we go back to the 10-minute short term because this is the one we're using right now. You see how it all like kind of just connects?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yo, Bix, man, look at this shit. You remember the trend line I showed you guys yesterday?
Yeah.
It broke, and it just. Where did we close? Oh man, we closed into 786. Look at the fib notes, bro. Look at the fib notes.
786.
Highly respected fib. Common reversal area. Expect strong support or resistance here for reversal and trend. Our trend was up. We came down, we broke it, we retested it, we couldn't break it. So what does that mean? Then the chances are we're gonna go down to the 618. And if VIX goes down,
That means the
what does
market's
the market
going up, right? So
yep. Let's see what it does here on the hourly. We have it's approaching a 200 SMA. We closed above the 50 here, but look at the 10 is coming down. On the 4 hour, same thing, 10 coming down. Daily, we have our golden cross daily though. Interesting. Oh, and look, it's forming an M.
oh.
What kind of M is it? Not a cipher because C leg is not higher. So draw XRBC point. Might be a bat. Destroy. Oh, lower, damn it. Stupid magnet. There you go. Okay. Draw A. Our C. Our B. That's good B, yes. Okay, so we're at the 684. Do we have a W we can draw the C leg from? I mean, not the C, the X. Maybe down here. Yeah, I think that works, bro. Let me see first. I don't like the 9 up here, though. So yeah, I don't. Does the bat say? Oh yeah, bat says 886. I'm gonna keep this just in case, because it's kind of close to the 886, 94. Yeah.
You can't do options on VIX, can you? Just as this is a market indicator, right?
Uh, I think you could do options on VXX.
Not that
And
I
it's
would
the
want
same.
to,
It's
but
like the same thing. It's kind of like how like Spy has like UPRO or SPX has SPXU,
okay.
right? So the VXX would be like the equivalent of VIX. It's the way you can trade. Okay, so I think this might be a bat, bro. And the 886 ends down here. Save this here. And then reassess if it breaks the trend line and neckline. Yeah, so we're gonna see what it does with the trend line. Now let me type this one, which is on the hourly. Let me see on the 10-minute, the 30. If we have a smaller one. Yeah, I think about harmonics too. Like it's all just trial and error. You know, you gotta draw the possible outcomes. 767 butter. Yeah, it's a butterfly too. Butterfly ends at 1272 though. Oops.
Wait, how do you go back?
Control Z.
Oh, just like regular undo?
Yep.
It's time.
This whole time you were fucking doing everything again?
Yeah, I'll make a
Oh,
mistake
no.
and like start over.
Yes. Okay. So I have two possible outcomes here. Right. I have this one and then I have this one. Right. The first one that I have, it ends here, right? Before we go back up, right? If we go back up, that means that the market goes down, right? So keep in mind we are still technically in a bear market, right?
Yep.
So the for it doing this and then shooting back up makes much more sense than this one, right? Because this one, the butterfly says that we have room. We have room from here all the way to the 1618. You guys see that on the Bitcoin charts? Butterfly. Look at the butterfly, the M pattern. 272, and it has range all the way to the 618. 161. So like roughly around here, right?
What is it? Oh, you said the butter 1.272 to 1.618?
Yeah. So like here. Right? But the last time that we were down here was back in August, right? In August, August 26th. Let's look at SPY and see where we were at in August 26th. We were all the way up here. September, we're August 26th. Like here. So we were in the 400s, right? If VIX completes down here, that means SPY will be in the roughly in the 400s again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, however, if it goes to this pattern, lock it. This is the 23. We were at 23, so we were September 2nd. Oops. Is my stream still up?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. September 2nd. Yeah. Second. Okay, we were in the 380s, right? 380, high 380s.
390 is like like the dip before where we are now.
Yeah. Okay. So now we gotta use some logic, right? We gotta use some logic and some brain power here, right? So VIX is forming an M, right? That means it's going down. That means the market's going up. Now, based on our harmonics, right? We're going this first immediate harmonic says we're going back to the 400s, right? You see that, right?
Yeah.
That's what it says. That's what it says on paper. Hey, this is where we're going. Okay. So if we're going to the 400s, the last time we were here, we were in the high like 390s, right? You said like 390s?
Yeah, 393, 390s.
Yeah, and then this pattern, the other one, what did I say we were at?
400s.
Yeah. So you get what I'm saying? You get where I'm going with this?
It's trying to retrace. I mean, because it's. I mean, yeah. If VIX is heading down, the market's going up.
Yeah. But okay. So also, what I'm trying to say is that because I don't know which pattern this is, but based on the fact that my other harmonic says that we're going to 400s, right? This harmonic here, when it completes here, we were at in the 20s, right?
SPY 420. I remember that.
I was in the 400s, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that not only does this potential harmonic says that we're going back to 400s based on previous price action, right? We also have this harmonic saying, hey, we're going back to the 400s, right? So when I take a look at these two M patterns that I see here, right? Which one's most likely to happen? The longer one, right? Because our other harmonic on futures and SPX says we're going to 400s. If we were not going to 400s, we would be going to 390s, right? And I don't think we have a harmonic there. Maybe the one that I drew at last, right? Let's see. This one's still higher. Yeah. Yeah. So all our harmonics right now are pointing further up, right? Further than 400. So we can make a thesis and say that VIX will probably do this one instead of this one, right? Even though it's doing this one as well, right? It's gonna break it and go to this one. You know what I'm saying?
If it breaks that trend line, that XP trend line,
If it breaks, here I'll show you right now. So we have this one, this one. So this is our D point for our bat. If we break this, then we're going here to the this is butterfly. See what I'm saying? So everything's kind of lining up and pointing that we're gonna go up. We have harmonics to the upside. We have Apple to the upside. We have VIX forming an M, right? And when VIX goes down, the market goes up, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But it all depends on tomorrow morning. So they have it at that point where they can just do this, right? Right here. Bounce off the trend line, right? They can literally just do that. And then this M will probably form into like a W or a cipher, because then the seat point will be higher.
Oh, see what you're saying.
But as of now, everything's pointing that we're gonna go up. Let's look at futures right now, actually. Oops. I'm on highlighter mode, bro. Where was this line from? Was that my 127? No, this is my 127. Oh yeah, it is my 127, the 30. Okay, never mind. I think I'm gonna start like also naming my my lines, bro.
Instead of just
Yeah.
complete or Garly.
Yeah, and now
Yeah, I
feel like
just went through and I started like naming everything because I get a little overwhelmed. I gotta mute some of them. Like
yeah, for sure. I'm gonna start doing what Mark does, bro. He puts his in folders. There's a folder option here, so you can put all your lines in a folder. You can put all your harmonics in a folder. So what I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start making like folders for each harmonic, and in there put all the shit that belongs to that specific harmonic. That's actually very smart. I'm gonna write that down. Let's look at futures, bro. Oh, look at that. We broke it, but we went back down. I think we're just gonna keep going, bro. I honestly think we're, because the SMAs is strong, bro. And we also got a golden cross here.
I know it's been a while since any of the SMAs have been acting as a support as opposed to resistance.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm excited to see what happens at open, bro. Because
Me too.
there's just so many possibilities, and like we're ready for all of them, bro. You know what I mean?
It's okay, we won't be the ones golfing our miseries away, knowing, oh man, I just hold puts.
Yeah. Because look, remember what I said, bro. If we dump, it's because of two things, right? People are gonna blame it on the bank information, right? But that's something to do with it, right? But technicals, right? We still have the 38 retracement we haven't done, right?
Mhm.
So that's one. And two is that our cipher here says we can go lower, right? We have room to here, right? So it'll be interesting to see what they do, right? If we do break, if we do go up though, we also have the reason why it's going up, right? We have the pattern completion.
Awesome. It's an all-in-one, so it's ready to go linear solution actually breaks down your grind and patterns runs deep inside, so it prevents streaks and pulls away the way it's safe to use on all my first.
Fuck, I didn't fix my Dow and my Nazi.
Do you use those for anything? I know they're. I mean, do you use it kind of like an index?
Yeah, like Nasdaq especially. Because Nasdaq follows the tech, right? Tech stock.
Okay.
So if Nazi's red, chances are it's gonna bring the tech down, and tech is gonna bring the market down.
It's all connected, huh?
Yeah. Jesus.
My family's driving into town, and we are going to.
Did we make any on that for the 50th wedding anniversary? Oh yeah, look, we have broken this one. Gonna delete this one because I think that's our relationship. I see a potential big W here, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, see that?
Mm-hmm. Question is, will you draw that from the top or that one?
Yeah, I have to see. But yeah, man, once you start playing harmonics, you just start seeing all this shit, and you're just like, oh my god. Yeah, this is the VXX, bro. This is the one I was telling you.
I just considered my downstairs thing here.
This is the one I think that has contracts, if I recall correctly. That's Coinbase. Might have been invalidated already. I mean, it can still work out. Yeah. That's Costco, bro.
Costco did pretty well today.
Let's see what pattern I had on this one.
It went as low as 449 today, though. That's crazy.
Damn. Okay, it's still a cipher here, which is cool. That means PT is up here. At least on the short term. That's as close as I'll get. Wait, this is we made a new beat. Yep. That works out. We've been making I was about you guys all the time. She said that you better take care of me or grandma's gonna come after with a baseball bat.
I really figured you'd be a warrior for the kiss. I'm okay with that. Oh boy, you had a rough time from the beginning.
Where did we close today? I'll delete this one. I'm gonna keep the red one. I'll just draw another one from here to here. Make that light blue.
That's the hot dog low.
Oh no.
I'll never forget that day.
Right? Everybody's heart stopped. That's fucking crazy how that shit just moved the market. That was crazy. Okay, so intraday. Yeah, I think it's worth drawing.
That's make me feel young, but that
Make this pink.
I'm going to love her and take care of her for the rest of her life.
Yeah. All right, let's go to our 10-minute.
Liz has been through many heartbreaks and with me, and I'm
Gonna have to call, boys.
Yeah.
You out of here, bro? Yeah, I think I'm about done too, bro.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little drowsy. I need a biscuit.
But good sesh today, bro.
Yeah, good stuff. Really looking forward to tomorrow. I mean, the next few weeks exciting. So
Yeah. Yeah, Ed, pay attention to Costco, bro. Draw this harmonic and then you can take it all the way to 384.
that's where my old Iron Condor was at. But I
Yeah,
closed
so-
that so I can make the moves I did today. So, but I mean, I had
Yeah,
it
yeah.
yesterday, but I was just like, I'll close it because I know the market might move in a big direction, and I was expecting down, so I closed it.
Yeah.
I had a profit.
Yeah. I'll use this 618 as your risk. 466.96. Basically 467.
I think I have that drawn out. Let me see.
Yeah.
466, right?
Yeah, 466.96 is your 618.
Yeah, I got
You can
618.
use that as risk.
I actually took the high from the recent 490, and then just drew down to the current low.
Yeah, but it's on its way to do this cipher.
Sick. It's getting close to that pennant I drew too. So
Yeah, it's gonna take a break of this trend line and then neckline. It's a good move. It's a good swing here. Yeah. All right, y'all. That's it for me though.
all right, yeah, I think that's it for everyone.
Good night, everybody.
All right,
Yo,
take care.
Hope y'all learned or some shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Kill it tomorrow.
let's do it.
For sure. I appreciate you taking the time to
Yeah,
go
bro.
over all. Yeah.
Yeah. Later, guys.
Take care, everyone.
Good night.
All right, I think that does it. My hair's a mess. Hair's a mess. I need a haircut. Anyways, that's that. Meter management live edition. Today was I was at 4 hours. Holy shit! I'm not cutting this. Y'all are getting it the way it is. All right, you guys have a good evening. Go get it. Go do your market thing. Do your homework. And see ya.